a lovely afternoon. Thank you for joining us today, Friday, 26th September 2025. A day that the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, will be unveiling the 2026 national budget. In the 2025 budget, government actually did propose 217.1 billion kwacha. So everybody is waiting to see how much is going to be proposed for next year, that's 2026. I'm Claudette Sindaza Jonga. I'm not alone. I'm joined by my very good friend, Paul Sendovi, who's been doing these analysis last week. And I know, Paul, that there's a lot of people that you have been talking to. And today is a D-Day, finally.
I don't know, Claudette, why you want to make me feel like I'm a guest, but I'm your fellow presenter. But anyway, thank you so much, viewers, wherever you are. We're excited because the Minister of Finance, any minute from now, should be arriving here at Parliament grounds. And Claudette, we've been interacting with various stakeholders, and expectations are very, very high, looking at where the country is coming from, the drought that hit the country, and also when you look at the supplementary budget that the Minister of Finance presented to Parliament, which was approved by Parliament. So a lot of expectations, very high. The energy sector has faced quite a number of challenges. Every Zambian is complaining about the load shedding, the load management. And earlier in the day, a very interesting conversation Monetary Fund and Eric Luch, who just brought quite a number of issues, how the IMF is working with the Zambian government to make sure that the debt is restructured. So I'm looking forward to the figures that the Minister of Finance will be projecting today.
Absolutely, and a lot of people actually are saying, certain sectors will be allocated a little more than they were allocated last year, like the agricultural sector, the energy sector, like you mentioned, the health sector, the education sector. We know that the president, a fortnight ago when he was here to officially open Parliament, he actually did say that teachers have been recruited for next year. The health sector actually also is recruiting about 2,000 health workers, and people are saying recruitment, yes, but there needs to be service delivery that is supposed to be improved, despite recruiting all these teachers and health workers. So we're yet to hear what the Minister of Finance is actually going to say regarding that and allocation to a health Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and other key sectors of the economy.
Well, when you analyze the President's address a fortnight ago, like you've rightly put it, at least it will give you an indication how the roadmap will be in terms of what the President talked about. So he gave a roadmap. Now it's up to the Minister of Finance to fund those pronouncements that the President made during his address when he was officially opening the 5th session of the 13th Assembly. So the expectation really, really very, very high. And I don't know, which sector would you love?
I'm not going to say
agriculture.
It's a rigorous process, and a number of stakeholders have been involved in this process. And the ordinary Zambian citizen out there have their own expectations. They've been involved in one or the other because we've been having, conversations with them, and they've got quite a number of expectations. So maybe we should, see what they have to say.
The budget estimates and expenditure will be presented by the Minister of Finance. I know it's something that the National Assembly has interest in. Staff and state orient them what is expected of them during this rigorous exercise that will take place start today, where recognized by various parliamentary committees that we have. It's something that I'm looking forward to. Members of the excitement, time to interact with various they feel and everyone I was talking to is a was excited. Parliament will at National Assembly, others will have an extension of Parliament at Mulungushi Conference Center, where members of Parliament will be able to scrutinize the budget for 2026. And another interesting aspect, a new dimension, Claudette, worth mentioning, is the issue to do with cabinet ministers are expected now to make policy statements. Previously, it was her honor, the Vice President, who was handling the provinces. But at least it's something that various stakeholders were very excited, knowing that provincial ministers who are on the ground with these people in all the 10 provinces will be able to make a policy statement and be given an opportunity to interact with various stakeholders based on their location in these provinces.
Absolutely. So our esteemed viewers will be interested to know that starting next week, for the next 20 days, business of the House is going to be suspended to enable, members of
was on the 20th. Inclusive growth, and fingers crossed. We don't know what the minister's theme will be this time around, so I don't know. We can speculate, looking at what the country has been grappling with, the issue to do with energy, empowerment as well. So I'm very excited, Claudette.
I know, we all are excited and looking forward to the minister's, budget presentation anytime after 14:15. That is going to be happening right here on Parliament, television. So we need to move on, Percent.
Yes, we went round the city of Lusaka just to interact with people. Random expectations were brought out from various stakeholders, and let's just hear to some interesting expectations. We know that my colleague Claudette, he said this project are we going to see these voices from various people?
My expectation is to see an increase in terms of the budget allocation towards education. For so long there has been a big gap in the education sector, specifically in issues to do with addressing the needs of persons with disabilities in the country.
We are all interested to hear what is in the budget for the finance minister, following the fact that, as you know, Zambia has got a lot of children that are not yet even in school, despite the free education system. But others are still languishing in the communities around there. So we are hoping to see that in the budget that the finance minister presents, it's going to cater a bigger portion for the education system, as well as in the health sector. The health sector, when we look at the way our patients are being attended out there, at times we even wonder what happens in terms of medicines and stuff, because most of the times you take a patient to a health center or rather a hospital, you come to discover that 3/4 of the medicine website is not there. It will be given to, they'll write a prescription for you and say, no, go and secure the medicine. Meanwhile, you have come to seek help from a government hospital, which, under our perspective as citizens of the country, we are hoping to see that when you get into a hospital, 3/4 of the medicine, the treatment that is required, must be provided by the government itself.
First and foremost, we are looking at education and health. So my expectation from the national budget presentation, I look to it that we expect more assistive devices to do with education, especially in disability sector, particularly persons with albinism, due to their eyes. Number two, we are looking at health issues pertaining to persons with albinism, especially to their skin. So we really think that if this is added in the national budget, we think we are going to move in a light way with the protection of the government, as well as also we talk about transportation. So the national budget, if it is also speaking on the transportation, then that one is going to help, because for everyone to move they need transport. So it's going to help to enhance their capabilities.
I want to see a good education to the people with albinism. So tifuna kutiba chite support in terms of education. So because we have challenges in sight. So nga batu afundisha kutwatotera sana. So batu afeko pa education.
Our expectation as in Eastern Province, as organizations of persons with disabilities and persons with disabilities in Eastern Province, our expectation as follows. Firstly, we are expecting increasing funding to disability programs. What I mean is, like in Eastern Province, there are only 2 offices for Zambia Agents for Persons with Disabilities, which is a quasi-institution, government institution, which issues disability cards to persons with disabilities. These are the same cards that enables persons with disabilities to access social protection programs such as social cash transfer. So now, because we have 2 offices only out of the 15 districts, it's very few persons with disabilities are accessing social cash transfer and other empowerment programs. So we expect that in the budget, our expectation that these offices in each district in Eastern Province will have an office, so that persons with disabilities can find it easier, to register and to have a disability card. The second issue, we are expecting the Minister of Finance to have to address disability-related costs when persons with disabilities are moving from one place to another here in Zambia in terms of issues of transportation. So we expect that government could respond by having policies around disability costs around transport. Then another issue that we're expecting that government should also advise or maybe encourage the private companies to employ persons with disabilities, and should do that by sensitizing them on issues of taxation.
Okay, when it comes to youth empowerment, so mostly according to what I've observed, you find that it's more like they focus mostly on us students, like some of us who are in camp, who are in school. So they should also consider those outside who have business ideas. There are people who are not in school, but they are they've got skills and all that. So also those, they should be empowered.
I feel if more funds are directed in building more classroom blocks for the students, will help in maintaining the high quality of education. of students. The government should do something about our school and also about the classrooms, because we're facing a lot of challenges when it comes to like learning. We know, like in class, most you are like overpopulated in class. Like we have less, you have less space in class. Others have been opted to be standing outside, learning through the windows and all that. So we just board and look at all these angles that we're actually facing at even on college at large.
My expectations are that they invest more in quality education. For example, here at Evening One, we have unfinished buildings. We also have more students than rooms. The accommodation is not that good. And for us, like former students, we learn in labs. We don't have proper desks. We sit on those tables where we use when making practicals. So I think in education, they need to invest more so that they can finish these buildings, build more classes, and we need some desks and stuff like that.
Regarding the expectations for the 2026 national budget, which is going to be unveiled today by the Minister of Finance and National Planning. The energy sector has been touched, health sector, education sector. People want to see more monies allocated to these sectors and many more. Now, President, let's talk about the Constituency Development Fund. 2025, there was an increment of 5.6 billion, meaning each constituency is getting 36.1 million kwacha. And there's a lot that has been happening in these constituencies regarding, projects in Constituency Development Fund. I know you were in Lundazi 2 months ago. I was in Muchinga, province almost 3 weeks ago, just to witness commissioning of constituency, offices using CDF funds. And this is something that most of the people are actually excited about, especially when you look at, constituency offices. Most of the offices are being rented. Members of Parliament are using, the funds to actually build their own constituency, offices using CDF.
Claudette, the Right Honourable Madam Speaker has been on record encouraging members of Parliament to utilize CDF and construct constituency offices, because these are mini parliaments in these various constituencies that we have. But when you go around in certain areas, that's where you find that most of these facilities are just rented, and people feel uncomfortable to visit these places. But the Right Honourable Madam Speaker has really been, even on the floor of the House, urging members of Parliament to utilize CDF component in constructing constituency offices. And the first one to be commissioned was in Lundas, like you rightly put it, 2 months ago, and you could see how excited the local people were and the local authority, because they are seeing their money working and constructing these offices. I know in Zambezi, is it Solwezi West, Solwezi East, Solwezi West, I beg your pardon, where the Member of Parliament has been on the ground making sure that the constituency office is constructed. In Imfoyo as well, not too long, we should be seeing that office also being commissioned. I think it's a good thing, seeing that the money, the people's money,
absolutely,
is working and by constructing various.
Absolutely. Another constituency office that's under construction is the Isoka constituency office. Any time from now, in a few months from now, we do expect the Right Honourable Madam Speaker to actually commission the Isoka constituency office. So I'm sure most MPs will actually follow suit and have their own constituency offices.
I think it's a huge challenge to other members of Parliament that have never thought of utilizing CDF and construct these offices. And I remember the Right Honourable Madam Speaker gave a very touchy example where some members were saying, why why should I construct an office? I may not be here come next year, so what's the point of me? But again, these are people's offices, and even him or her at some point will benefit because they will need something from their locality in terms of having infrastructure. Away from constructing of constituency offices, we've seen huge developments taking place in various constituencies. I know there are issues that have been raised by various stakeholders in terms of the quality of these products. But again, looking at what these other people, the local people are benefiting in terms of schools. Talk of desks. The president is on record not too long ago. It should be 2 years ago when he was talking about he never wanted to see any child sitting on the floor as they go to school. Because of CDF, we've seen quite a number of desks being supplied in various constituencies. And again, the plus on that part is using local people to manufacture these desks.
Absolutely. So from 3.6 million each constituency, 36.1 million, I beg your pardon, 36.1 million each constituency. We are yet to see how much is going to be allocated. How much more is going to be allocated?
Are you foreseeing an increment in terms of
course,
CDF?
it might get to 40.
Wow, that's huge.
Maybe 50.
Wow. Again, let's wait and see. We can only speculate that the minister will be here in a short while.
Absolutely. So we're moving on. We're here to speak to different, guests that have been invited and members of parliament that are here to, witness, the unveiling of the 2026 national budget. And one of our colleagues, Matimba Mkua, actually did have a chat with Mr. Andrew Nsunge. He's a senior economist, member of the Economics Association of Zambia, and the association also have their own expectations in the 2026 national budget. Let's hear what.
You're watching Parliament Television. My name is Matimba Mkua. On Friday, 26 September 2025, the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwane MP, will present the 2026 national budget. And so expectations are high as the budget serves as a platform for guiding Zambia's economic direction for the year ahead. And so to help us unpack some of these expectations, I'm joined by Economics Association of Zambia Senior Economist Member, Mr. Andrew Sunge, who is here just to share with us what Economics Association of Zambia anticipates from the 2026 national budget presentation. Mr. Sunge, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let me begin by asking from your Economist Member, what are your top expectations from the 2026 national budget presentation?
The budget, like you rightly put it, it's an economic policy document guiding economic policy for the next 1 year. So the expectations are quite high. Number one, I am personally expecting government to set a high economic growth target, because the target has been around 5 to 6%. But I'm expecting the government to be very aggressive and to be ambitious and targets around 10%, because it's only when you have that high economic growth in excess of 10%, you have those levels of growth, that you will have a dent in terms of economic impact in poverty, promoting equality, also reducing unemployment and improving the well-being of the people. So it's a high growth that can, a high growth of 10% that can result in a significant impact in those macroeconomic variables that I've alluded to.
What kind of tax policies or incentives would you like to see introduced in this budget to support businesses and attract both local and foreign investment?
The first thing that I would want to see is promotion of the local Zambia business person or the local SME. So in terms of incentives, I expect the budget, I think, to give policy guidelines in terms of reduction in the various fees that the small businesses are subjected to. I think there's been a huge public outcry, especially from the small businesses, in terms of the fees that are levied on these businesses, because most of these businesses are still in the infancy stage and they are yet to grow. So it's very critical that the budget that to try and harmonize and reduce the fees for the SMEs. As far as incentives for the foreign investors are concerned, I think what we currently have is sufficient, and there's been a lot of focus on foreign direct investment, but it's very critical that we begin to aggressively promote the local businessman, because growth that is significantly driven by the local businessman will have a greater impact as opposed to investors. But every country is, we need to drive the agenda of the local.
All right. And ensure national food security.
Agriculture, the majority agri product, that is maize. The majority of the maize is produced by the small scale farmers, but term as an inefficient way. So I would like this budget to have enhanced allocation in terms of mechanization and irrigation. That's the small scale. That is very increase productivity, and the yield per field can be increased.
Mr. Nsonge, how should the budget address issues of unemployment, especially among young people or graduates who are entering the job market?
Government alone cannot take on all the unemployed we have. So what is critical to direct in terms of promotion of growth of the private sector. And like I said, the public sector cannot take on all the unemployed people. Thank you.
All right. When it comes to this delivery in health and education, what key allocations or strategies could you expect the government to emphasize in the budget?
Emphasis should be on education. I expect an increased allocation towards education, especially in the area of supporting our young people who are not able to afford to pay school fees on their own. That is through the I expect increase in allocation towards the bursaries, increased allocations towards skills development training, so that we can have an educated sector of the economy.
How can the budget encourage a culture of savings, investment, and greater financial inclusion, particularly for people in rural areas and small businesses?
The savings and financial inclusion is very critical if you are to grow as a business, because it's very important that every business participates in the financial sector. So I think what we've seen of late with mobile money transactions significantly increasing over the last 3 years, I think that is a positive aspect with regards to financial inclusion, and we expect to see the budget increased support in terms of promoting financial inclusion.
Mr. Nsunge, as we come to the end of this interview, beyond short-term, what long-term would you like the 2026 budget to lay the foundation for in order to build a more resilient economy? So
we've got the 8th National Development Plan, and then we've got the medium-term budget plan. So I expect the budget to align to those. In the long term, like I said in my preamble, we should see an increased support to the locals in terms of promoting the locals in all the sectors, be it mining, increased support to the artisan miners, be it in agriculture, increased support to the small scale farmers. And then obviously we've experienced certain challenges as a country with regards to energy. So in terms of the medium to long term, the budget should be seen to be addressing those energy, because without any growth of an economy.
Mr. Nsunge, I would like to thank you so much for featuring on our program.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was Economics Association of Zambia Senior Economist member, Mr. Andrew Sunge, sharing insights and shedding light on the expectations ahead of the 2026 National Budget presentation. In National Planning, Honorable MP will on My name is Matimba Mkua. On behalf of the entire production crew, keep watching Parliament Television.
An expert there, and any time from now the Minister of Finance will be arriving here at Parliament grounds to unveil the 2026 national budget. And we keep on interacting with various stakeholders, and joining us on set this particular afternoon is the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, and this is Honorable Collins Inzovu. And I keep confusing because I got accustomed to talking environmental issues, but thank you so much, Honorable, for according us this opportunity. I know your sector very expectant, and if I take you back to last year's address where the Minister of Finance in the Water and Sanitation did say that water is life, it is therefore critical that we fully harness this resource. To this effect, government has since 2022 constructed 16 dams, rehabilitated 12, and maintained 770 across the country. Congratulations on that achievement. But how is the correct situation on the ground?
I think we are very expectant. We believe that this budget will speak to consolidating the gains we made in the water sector. One key issue in the water sector is water harvesting. For energy security, water harvesting obviously for water security, water harvesting for food security. So water is being seen as a big enabler for economic development in this government. Our expectations are high. Remember, on one side there's been very little investment in the water sector. On the other side there's been a huge population growth. What this has done is that it has introduced a lot of stress, water stress for our people. Our expectations are that we'll be given more money to construct new infrastructure, intakes, water treatment plants, more money to the commercial utilities. That's another side, commercial utilities. Most of the commercial utilities are stressed financially, because obviously we've seen the tariff being maintained at the same level. Now we believe that government has to come in to support these water utilities as they provide this critical resource to our people.
Okay. In 2022, your government constructed about 2,277 boreholes and rehabilitated about 3,025. In addition, 365 piped water schemes were constructed across the country. Where are we in 2024 to 2025?
Very interesting question. Made a lot of gains last year. We are making a lot of gains this year. Just this year, I've already signed a contract to do 5 dams in those most drought-stricken areas. So you see me commissioning a lot more dams this coming year. And of course, Honorable Mr. Kotwane must allocate some money for me to finish these dams. We've received assurances, so our expectations are that there will be more money in the water sector. This is very, very critical. Remember also when I say we are expecting that the budget will speak to consolidating the gains. One gain is that there was a lot of production as a result of irrigation agriculture, but also rain-fed. So we are food secure, we are food surplus. 3.7 million tons of maize. We can only go higher, and we believe that we will go higher by having 2 crops in a year. And this is only possible when there's irrigation, and irrigation is only possible when we harvest that water.
Okay. All right, I know it's a busy day for you, and what could be your word to the people of Nangoma? I want to remove the jacket as the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, but be here as a member of Nangoma. What are they expecting in this?
They're expecting more money to Nangoma, basically through the instruments we have brought. Decentralization, more CDF, more disbursements. Nangoma has benefited immensely from the CDF. Seeing a lot of clinics being constructed, health posts being constructed, clinics, roads, empowerment schemes. We've also benefited from social protection measures government has in place. So it's an exciting time. It's a very exciting time for the people of Nangoma and obviously for the people of Zambia.
Honorable, thank you so much. I know you need to be settled in the chamber. As you await the arrival of the finance minister as he unveils the 2026 national budget. And wishing you all the best. I know you'll be able to debate the budget. And maybe before I let you go,
reforms we need Parliament to bring on board. We will have more time for deeper analysis. This is for the budget. More scrutiny, line by line, and once to debate ourselves. I believe these are the so can you congratulate Madam Speaker, the clerk, and everybody else who is here at Parliament.
Okay. Honorable, thank you so much, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
I just hold on. I'll just hold you a bit now. Yeah, you have it. That's the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nangoma, who is the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. This is Honorable Collins. So just sharing some of the successes that the ministry has achieved in this far in terms of from 2022 until 2025. And I know tripling in the as they await the arrival of the Minister of Finance. And for now, we'll just take a short break. Keep watching this live presentation of the 2026 national budget. We know any time from now, the Minister will be here. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Thank you for your viewership as we await for the Minister of Finance and National Plan to unveil the 2026 national budget. And in a few minutes from now, we should be seeing the Speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. And this will actually signify the start of business today, Friday, the 26th of September 2025. And so, as we await for that person to just go through last year's speech, 2025, we're now in 2025 still, and look at some of the sectors that were allocated a certain amount of money.
Yes, Claudette, and maybe what has really struck my interest is the issue to do with social protection. And last year the minister did say that the new Dawn administration is moving in its resolve to improve the living standards of the poor and vulnerable members of our society. In this regard, government, the minister did say that will continue to implement social protection programs such as social cash transfer, food security pack, and keeping girls in school. In addition, government introduced the cash for work to support the people in the current drought situation. And we've seen some indication from the president himself and the minister of finance indicating that the cash for work program will continue. And this project has been received with mixed feelings. Some stakeholders are saying it should come to an end, money should be channeled to areas, and some people are saying, looking, it's also very important to make sure that this program continues. So I don't know what your take is. These are people that are working in various constituencies, are given a little job, and at the end of the day they are given, they will only work for 10 days and they'll be given 600 kwacha because it's 60 kwacha per day. But again, the few stakeholders have interacted with expressing, saying much supervision, the quality of work that is being done leaves much to be desired.
Okay, so we move on to look at the health sector, and regarding the 2025 budget, the minister did say that this year, which is 2025, 4,000 more health workers will be recruited. An additional 2,000 frontline health personnel will be hired in 2025, bringing the total to 20,276, and these recruitments have enabled government to achieve a goal of ensuring that all health facilities have at least one qualified health personnel to ensure quality health care. And he did say that the increase in the number of frontline health workers has contributed to a reduction in maternal and child mortality, as at 82% of deliveries are conducted by skilled personnel due to the increased recruitment. So we did mention that a fortnight ago when the president was officially opening, he did say that 2,000 health workers are going to be recruited, and 2,000 again in the health sector will be recruited this year. That's double the number of recruitments that will take place in the sector.
Which sector of health workers are those that are going to be employed? Is it going to be doctors? Is it going to be nurses? Is it going to be fields of so we look forward to hear what the minister's pronouncements will be regarding which health sector will be given what of employment. And another subject that is very close to my heart is the issue to do with environment and on environmental sustainability. This is another serious pillar that the Minister of Finance talked about in 2024 when he was presenting the budget, the 2025 national budget. He said that the devastating effect of climate change events have demonstrated the importance of environmental sustainability. In this regard, government this year launched the National Green Growth Strategy aimed at creating green jobs, enhancing resilience to shocks, and creating business opportunities.
All right, President, so we have to cut you short there. Those are live pictures coming your way here at Parliament Buildings. That's the arrival of the Minister of Finance and National Planning. He's just touched down here at Parliament Buildings. He's actually during the famous waiting to see or to hear what is contained in that copper discus, and I'm just presuming he must be accompanied by his wife and a grandchild, and so they are making their way into the chamber, and any time after 14:15 we expect to hear what is contained in that copper briefcase.
So all your expectations are in that copper briefcase, and hearing what pronouncement, which sector there, and the Minister of Finance just showing that very important copper briefcase, large national colors there. I can see some green, I could also see some black there, some orange stripes in that briefcase, and very, very momentous occasion, Claudette, and this is what we've been waiting for. Whatever we've talked about will be responded in that, what is being carried in that copper briefcase.
Absolutely, and that's the Minister of Finance, and we also expect the Speaker's procession to make its way into the chamber in a few minutes from now, and business will get started. And so we were just having a recap of the speech that the Minister of Finance did, present in the 2025 national budget, talking about energy. That's one sector portion that everybody is talking about. We've been grappling with electricity issues, and we know that exports. The director at the Zambia Electricity Supply Corporation actually did say that exports of electricity have actually decreased to allow consumers here in the country to have more power. That's one way of alleviating this power crisis that we are facing.
The Minister of Energy was on the floor of the House rendering a ministerial statement, and I'm sure he managed to put a smile on many Zambians because of the announcements that were made regarding the number of hours that people will be having in terms of electricity. So very expectant. We await to hear what measures the Minister of Finance or the Don government has put in place to make sure that the impact of load management is reduced. So that's the Minister of Finance just walking majestically with a granddaughter there, going to do what Zambian have been looking forward to in terms of unveiling the 2026 national budget.
And regarding small and medium enterprise development, the minister in his 2025 speech did say that government will continue to development and more than 950 million kwacha to over 8 years. Government has this year disbursed more than 5 million, and
all right, and there you have it. That's the Minister of Finance. That's Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, just about to enter Parliament there, the chambers there. And still talking about last year's address, the Minister of Finance on Good Governance and Environment did say that government is committed to providing a conducive environment through which political, social and economic affairs can be conducted in a transparent and efficient manner, and government remains resolute to enforcing the rule of law, upholding human rights, enhancing transparency and accountability in the management of public resources. To this end, government will undertake legislative, structural and policy reforms in a number of areas such as fiscal policy, domestic resources, resource mobilization, debt management and decentralization. So the minister has entered the chamber. I'm sure you can see.
Absolutely, he has and has placed that corporate briefcase in readiness for opening, and members of parliament are exchanging pleasantries and getting memorable pictures for such a memorable event. And so anytime from now we do expect to see the speaker's procession make its way into the chamber. So anytime after 14:15, the Minister of Finance and National Planning will be presenting the 2026 national, budget. In case you've just tuned in, the Minister of Finance has arrived here at, Parliament buildings. He was accompanied by his wife, and now he is in the chamber, waiting for proceedings to start. Immediately, the Speaker and her entourage walk into the chamber.
You did talk about this year's budget, the 2025 national budget, Claudette, which was about 217 billion kwacha, and the question that we've been posing, interacting with various stakeholders, has been: are we going to see an increase in terms of the figures? Will it go to 250, 270 billion kwacha, or is it going to be less than that? But again, one thing that why I brought in the issue of the budget for this year is government needs to raise that money, and they can only raise that money using the platforms or means that they put in place through ZRA. And in last year's address, the Minister of Finance did update the House, and that in December 2023, government rolled out the smart invoice system to optimize revenue collection and seal leakages. So far, 19,262 taxpayers are registered on the smart system, out of which 10,019 are VAT taxpayers. The remaining eligible VAT taxpayers are required to register on the system by 30th September of this year. ZRA will not recognize any invoice issued outside the system. I know government wants to maximize revenue collection, and not too long ago, members of parliament had a privilege to be oriented or being given an update by the Zambia Revenue Authority at Sierra Resort right here in Lusaka, where it was a tax symposium on how government tends to increase revenue collection from mines. So I'm looking forward to an update from the Minister of Finance in this year's budget presentation. How many people have registered for smart invoice so that government can maximize revenue collection? That's the only way we'll see the economy boost and have a better economy.
Absolutely, and so those are live pictures. Members of Parliament are taking memorable pictures amongst themselves as they await for the unveiling of the 2026 national budgets, and anytime from now business of the House will commence. So there you have it. That's the Right Honourable Madam Speaker, State Council, being led by the Sergeant at Arms, and this actually tells you that business is about to get started. And so would like to thank you for tuning in. Do stay with us right here as we witness the unveiling of the 2026 national budget. Good afternoon.
Land of faith and glory in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight on, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us Unity and peace in Zambia's sky, like an noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. All the honorable members, let's settle down. Budget presentation. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Just to make sure it is ready. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the UPND government, I have the honor to present the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the period 1st January 2026 to 31st December 2026. This is in pursuant to Article 202 of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act of. Madam, this is the 5th time that the UPND is presenting the national budget since 2021 when we came into office. The UPND administration under the able leadership of Mr. President of Zambia continues to score remarkable achievements. Many of these are a result of pronouncements made during the budget presentation, as I am doing today. of the 5th session of the 13th National Assembly, the President outlined at great length some of the achievements scored by the UPND government. In summary, Madam Speaker, are some over the past 4 years averaged 5.2% in spite of calamities like COVID-19 pandemic and the 2024 drought. The economic growth has created jobs and other benefits. Compare this with the average growth of only 1.6% for the 4 years prior to 2021. Madam, 5 years ago, Zambia became known for being the first country in the world post-COVID to default on its external debt because she had borrowed excessively. Today, Zambia is famous for being the first to successfully restructure her debt under the G20 Common Framework. This has changed our status from being a crisis-prone country to a solution-oriented country. Clearly, we have changed the narrative of our country. Madam Speaker, Zambia and our region experienced the worst drought in 2024 ever seen in living memory. There was trepidation and fear in the land. In the end, because of the diligence of this government, people had food and no one died of hunger. This is because we introduced cash for work and enhanced the social cash transfer and delivered food for sale near communities. Madam, 4 years ago, children from poor families along with their relatives were condemned to poverty without any hope of change into the future. This was because they had no access to education as they could not afford to pay school fees. With free education introduced by the UPND government, an initiative that had been considered impossible by others, the sky is now the limit for a poor but able child. Madam Speaker, we cannot forget to include the positive effects of the enhanced CDF, Constituency Development Fund. Children who were previously learning from makeshift structures and sitting on logs of trees are now comfortable sitting in modern classrooms on desks manufactured by the local people, thus creating jobs in those areas. So much can be said about the transformative impact of CDF, and therefore, let me just say that CDF is indeed a game changer. Madam, these are just a few examples of the good things that have been happening since 2021. However, Madam Speaker, it is said that development has no finishing line. In other words, there can never be a time when a country lays back and stops striving to move forward because it has developed enough. We must always continue to strive forward. Madam Speaker, certainly in the case of Zambia, as we celebrate our achievements, we cannot ignore the pending development issues, especially those that lean heavily on the youth and women. Madam, unemployment remains a problem for many of our young people. Poverty is also unacceptably high. Not to be forgotten is the inadequate infrastructure, especially in electricity and roads. Finally, the need to increase productivity cannot be overemphasized. Poverty can only be eliminated when the population increases its ability to produce more. Therefore means to be done to push our country to the next level of development. The time for doing so is now, as the 8th National Development Plan ends and we begin to develop the 9th National Development Plan. But the theme that the President chose when opening the 5th session of the 13th National Assembly of Zambia was appropriate. Thus, the 2026 budget has adopted the same theme of consolidating economic and social gains towards a prosperous, resilient, and equitable Zambia. The budget provides fiscal content or budgetary content to this theme. The measures already taken since we came into office and those that will follow are designed to take our economy to a level not experienced in our country before. Madam Speaker, my address this afternoon is in 4 parts. In part 1, I highlight the macroeconomic developments in 2025. In part 2, I present the macroeconomic goals and strategies for 2026. In part 3, I provide estimates of revenue and expenditures as well as borrowing needs. And in part 4, I conclude. The macroeconomic developments, starting with the international scene, Madam, trade tensions and the heightened geopolitical risks are expected to slow down global growth to 3% this year from 3.2% in 2024. In 2026, a modest pickup to 3.1% is projected. Madam, during the first 9 months of 2025, copper prices increased to an average of $9,545 per ton compared to $8,589 per ton during the corresponding period in 2024. Over the same period, crude oil prices reduced to $74.8 per ton from $82.8 per ton. Here, locally in Zambia, Madam Speaker, in 2024, the economy was resilient as it grew by just under 4%, despite the severe drought experienced in the 2023-2024 rain season. Growth is projected to be higher in 2025 at 5.8%, owing to increased mining activity, recovery in agriculture, and strong performance of the information and communication technology sector. Madam, since assuming government in 2021, we've made many policy changes to improve our economy. A good example of successful reform is in the mining sector, which is already helping to push overall economic growth. However, most of the impact of what we've been reforming, most of that impact will be felt in 2026 and beyond, when production of copper goes beyond 1 million tons per annum. Madam, on inflation, a few months ago, rising prices of inflation was a major concern to many in the country. It peaked at 16.7% in December last year, but since then it has been trending downwards towards the band of 6 to 8%. Inflation has declined to 12.3%, a reflection of lower the US dollar. Speaker, this government has demonstrated incredible discipline in managing public finances in spite of challenges like COVID and the drought. This is why there has been a significant reduction in fiscal deficit over the last 4 years. In 2024, the deficit reduced to 3.5% of the GDP from 9% in 2011. The reducing deficits have the effect of sharply reducing the growth of public debt. Fiscal discipline has continued. the budget performance as at end August this year was broadly on track. Total revenue and grants stood at 119 billion kwacha against the target of 126. Expenditure was 138 billion against the target of 152 billion. The deficit for this year is projected to be within the target of 4.6%, which was revised from 3.1% in July. The adjustment was mainly to accommodate the clearance of fuel arrears and the resumption of debt servicing payments after debt restructuring. Madam Speaker, regarding the debt, as it ends June 2025, federal government external debt, excluding publicly guaranteed external debt, increased by 2.3% to $15.78 billion from $15.43 end December 2024. This was primarily driven by disbursements by multilateral and plurilateral creditors. Publicly guaranteed external debt was, however, unchanged at $1.36 billion. Madam, as at end August 2025, the overall stock of treasury bills and government bonds increased to 242 billion from 229 billion as at end December. Madam Speaker, the outstanding payments to suppliers of goods and services increased by a modest 3.3 billion to 84.1 billion. On the financial sector performance, Madam Speaker, the cost of borrowing still remains relatively high, not good for any of us, at 29%. That notwithstanding, credit to households and businesses grew by 20.7% during the first half of the year. Madam, the overall financial performance and the conditions of the banking sector is okay, satisfactory. The banking sector remains profitable with relatively low non-performing loans as at end August 2025 so the non-performing loans ratio stands at 3.8% against the benchmark of 10%, meaning our banking system is solid. Madam Speaker, this with the financial sector. Madam Speaker, Bank of Zambia launched a $5 billion in December last year. Demand on the facility has been overwhelming, with approximately 4.7 billion months of this year were $8 billion. Non-traditional exports grew by 37.3% and were $3.54 billion in 2024, driven mostly by agriculture and manufacturing. Over the same period, we saw a lot of foreign direct investment coming in, which increased by 62.6%, exceeding $1 billion of investment coming into our country alone. And most of this went into the mining sector. Madam Speaker, gross international reserves, these have been rising. We are just under $5 billion now. At the end July 2025, from 4.3 billion at the end of December 2024. In terms of import cover, this was equivalent to 4.8 months of imports. Let me now go to macroeconomic objectives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to consolidate economic and social gains towards a prosperous, resilient, and equitable Zambia, government has set the following macroeconomic objectives for 2026. A, attain real GDP growth rate of 6.4%. B, reduce inflation to the 6 to 8% target band. C, maintain gross international reserves above 4 months of import cover. D, increase domestic revenue to at least 22.3% of GDP. E, reduce fiscal deficit to 2.1% of GDP. And F, limit net domestic borrowing to 2.3% of GDP. Madam Speaker, I will now run through policies and strategies for 2026. Policies and strategies for 2026, and as I do so, I'll follow the pillars that are enshrined or which are in the 8th National Development Plan. Those pillars are what we do about economic transformation and job creation, what we do about improving human capital, in other words, education, health, and others, what we do about environmental protection, what we do about good governance. So this is the format of how I'm going to talk about policies for 2026. Let me therefore start with economic transformation and job creation. Madam Speaker, it is vital that our country experiences strong economic growth year after year. The jobs that we desperately need and the increased revenue we seek to spend on social services and public infrastructure become available only with strong growth. Building on the strong growth of the past 4 years, we must ensure as a country that it is not only sustained but accelerated. Madam, upon assuming office in 2021, we pledged to grow the economy through industrialization and economic diversification. Over the past 4 years, the country has attracted significant investment in mining, tourism, energy, and other sectors. Our efforts in revamping and growing the economy are evident. Let me now, Madam Speaker, at this point, go through sector by sector what policies will be implemented so that growth takes place in those sectors, so that those sectors drive the growth of the economy. And the starting point, Madam Speaker, the starting point is mining. Madam Speaker, performance of the mining sector has definitely improved, without any doubt. Copper production increased to 821,000 tons in 2024 from 737 in 2023. In 2025, the target of 1 million metric tons of copper production is already in sight as we continue with the journey towards the 3 million tons target per annum by 2031. This positive performance, in other words, this positive performance of making sure that the mines produce more, not the mines to close, not the mines to reduce production, but to increase production. This is what is going to contribute to positive economic growth. The positive performance, Madam Speaker, is at the back of stable mining tax and a regulatory regime and settling of disputes out of court. This has seen the reopening, Madam Speaker, this has seen the reopening of some old mines, new investments, and revitalization of activity at existing mines. Madam, as the President said, and as the Minister of Mines also said, notable milestones have already been attained toward this goal. Here are a few reminders of what the two Presidents and the Minister said. Firstly, we commissioned First Quantum Minerals S3 expansion project to enhance annual production to 270,000 metric tons. Madam Speaker, if the UPND government had not come in, this mine S3 would have closed. Now it is expanding. Secondly, we are upscaling production at existing mines such as Barrick Rumwana Super Pit. Again, if the UPND had not been there, the Barrick Rumwana Super Pit would not have come on board. Konkola Copper Mines, Madam Speaker, we all know it was closed. Now it is open and expanding. Lurambe Copper Mines, Madam Speaker, it was almost closing. Now it is expanding. Madam, Mopani Copper Mines was closed. And now it is expanding. All these mines with combined production will reach just under 600,000 metric tons of copper per annum. New mines, Madam Speaker, a new mine is expected at Moikera Copper Mine. A new mine is expected at Mingomba. A new mine is expected in Mumbwa, of all places, Kitumba Mine, with a combined production capacity of 700,000 metric tons. With this development, Madam Speaker, the Zambian economy, which is already growing, will reach very impressive levels within the next 2 years, which have never been seen in the history of this country. Artisanal and the small-scale miners have also tenure. 80,000, a significant rise from only 13,000 in 2020, from both the artisanal and small miners contributing to a production of gemstones, gold, and manganese. Madam, to formalize artisanal and small-scale mines, 1,498 licenses have been issued since 2023. However, the and unsafe mining practices, those are issues that the Minister of Mines is addressing. Madam Speaker, to further support formalization and improve trading in minerals, government is constructing 2 marketing centers in Mumbwa and Rufunsa districts, with completion expected at the end of this year. This initiative will be run in districts where mining and trading activities are already.
Honorable members, there's a lot of talking on both sides of the aisle. Order.
Madam, progress to map economic at 34%. First time in the history of this country. Since the exercise was launched in July 2024, so far, western and parts of northwestern provinces have been covered. And in 2026, this work is going to continue, and there will be budgetary provisions to support the continuation of this work. Madam Speaker, to regulate and monitor the development and management of mineral resources in the country, government enacted the Mineral Regulation Commission Act of 2024. And the commission coming out of that will be operational by the end of this year. This commission will work hand in hand with Zambia Revenue Authority to adhere to provided tax laws. Madam, the budget that I shall announce this afternoon contains some investments in the sector to consolidate economic and social gains we've made so far. Let me move on to the next growth sector of agriculture, livestock and fisheries. Madam Speaker, upon assuming office, we embarked on transforming the agriculture sector by addressing low production and productivity, limited market access, underdeveloped value chains, dependence on rain-fed agriculture, and adverse effect of climate change. Madam, a maize bumper harvest of 3.7 million metric tons was recorded during the 2024-2025 farming season. This was due to good rains, but also, importantly, timely provision of inputs into our farmers under the Enhanced Farmer Input Support Program. As we speak right now, Madam Speaker, inputs are being distributed and people are already redeeming their vouchers. In addition, Sustainable Agricultural Financing Facility was introduced in 2023 to enhance access to agricultural finance, and 8,000, almost 9,000 farmers access loans valued at almost 800 million kwacha. Madam Speaker, our objective is to increase maize production to 10 million metric tons, wheat to 1 million metric tons, and soybeans to 1 million metric tons per annum by 2031. These output targets are well in excess of what Zambia can consume. It follows that the surplus must be exported. As a people, we must therefore recognize that improving our incomes by producing large surpluses is tied to exporting those agricultural surpluses, including maize. Madam, to make the Farmer Input Support Program more cost-effective and efficient, government has rolled out the e-voucher system to 74 districts. During the 2025-2026, the e-voucher system will be rolled out to the remaining 42 districts. Madam, to enhance climate resilience, we will continue to improve and modernize agricultural infrastructure. Since 2022, government has constructed 6 dams, Kapekesa and Kawawa in Eastern Province, Muyembe in Luapula Province, Shikeji in Northwestern Province, Yundwe and Jongolo in Southern Province. These dams are benefiting over 126,000 people and 221,000 livestock. In addition, government has rehabilitated 10 dams and maintained 791 nationwide, creating over 8,000 jobs. In 2026, we'll construct 9 dams, complete 7, and maintain 300. Madam, another measure that has been taken to improve climate resilience is the development of drought-resistant crop varieties for maize, millet, sorghum, cowpea, and cassava. In addition, government inaugurated Baya Itava seed plant in Kabwe, one of the largest seed-producing plants in Central and Southern Africa, and this is now contributed to Zambia being one of the largest exporters of seed on the African continent. Madam Speaker, to address the unpredictability in agricultural markets and commodity prices, Government will introduce the Agricultural Marketing Bill and amend the Food Reserve Act 2020 and the Agricultural Trades Act of 2010. The desired outcome is increased production and productivity, food and nutrition security. Madam, in the livestock subsector, government is aggressively pushing for entry into the export markets. To achieve this, 5 disease-free compartments at Kankata, Chipata, Chisamba, Mumbwa, and Namala have been established. The compartments are expected to export at least 20,000 metric tons of beef per annum. 20,000 metric tons of beef per annum. In 2026, government will establish additional disease-free compartments in Choma, Mazaboka, Mukushi, and Sinda. Government will also support the livestock sector through enhanced disease control and surveillance. Madam Speaker, to improve disease control and surveillance, government has heightened vaccination against diseases of national economic importance. By the end of this year, vaccination coverage will reach 75% of the targeted livestock. Government will also operationalize regional laboratories in Isoka, Mongundola, and Solwezi district to complement the already functioning laboratories. Madam Speaker, the fisheries and aquaculture sector has continued to register steady growth. Domestic fish production increased by 24% in 2024 from 159,000 metric tons. This was mainly on account of increased fingerlings production, which rose by 90% to 475 million in 2024. Consequently, Madam Speaker, the national fish deficit is reduced significantly, positioning the country to achieve the projected fish consumption of 16 kilograms per person per annum by 2026 from the current 13. Madam Speaker, this positive performance is attributed to interventions by government implemented through the Zambia Aquaculture Enterprise Development Project. Madam, in 2026, government will continue to implement the Genetic Improvement Program to enhance the performance of our local cultivable fish species. Government will also operationalize aquaparks in Kabompo, Mungwi, Bushindamo, and Samfya. Madam Speaker, to improve provision of agriculture extension, government has since 2021 recruited more than 800 extension officers. Over 600 agriculture camp extension officers have also been trained in climate-smart agriculture. Madam Speaker, let me move on to the energy sector. Zambia today faces a serious shortage of energy, almost all caused by 2024 drought. I repeat, Madam Speaker, government today faces a serious energy shortage, almost all caused by the 2024 drought. Government sympathizes with the citizens for the difficulties that this has brought on us. However, Madam Speaker, the shortage also reflects the underinvestment in the sector since independence. The current installed capacity for generating electricity could have been adequate with sufficient water in the dams, but clearly this is not the case because water is not enough. The rising activities in the mining sector and therefore increasing demand for electricity means that the installed capacity, even if we have sufficient water, this installed capacity would not be enough. Madam, over the past 4 years, this government has been undertaking reforms in the energy sector. These include diversifying the energy mix, improving the regulatory framework, and introducing flexibility in tariff structures. In particular, the government has created an environment that enables the private sector to be active players in the energy sector, from generation, including exporting and importing. Madam Speaker, today, Zambia is considered by our neighbors as one of the leading reformers in the energy sector. Madam Speaker, the coming on board of the private sector is positive. I want to repeat this because it's very important. Because I hear somebody saying Kanona, so I must explain. The coming on board of the private sector is positive to our local market because it complements the efforts of existing players like ZESCO. Madam Speaker, because of the history where ZESCO was not made to pay its bills in the past, they imported electricity from Mozambique. They never paid for that electricity. So when ZESCO goes to Mozambique today and the other places to say, can we buy electricity? The people say, those who selling electricity said, ZESCO, you don't pay the bills, so we won't give you electricity. This was because of PF, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the importance of the private sector is this. Because sometimes there is electricity in the region, but we are not able to acquire it because ZESCO must put money up front and it does not have that money. So what happens? Those with cash, private company with cash, now they can go and buy the electricity and make it available to our country. They are not even a middleman for ZESCO, no. When they buy that electricity, they sell directly to the mines. So those who are talking about Kanona and so forth, they are talking out of ignorance, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, please, can we have some order?
So, Madam Speaker, the reforms in the energy sector are very important. That's why these innovative reforms have been recognized by the rest of the world, and Zambia is being praised. Madam Speaker, partly as a result of reforms, installed electricity generation capacity has increased to 3,886 megawatts in 2025 from 3,318 in 2021. In other words, since this government came into office, the installed capacity for electricity is actually risen. This includes on and off-grid systems. Of this, over 80% is hydropower. Our efforts are now targeted at increasing generation capacity from non-hydro sources so as to minimize the risk of uncertain weather. Madam, to diversify the energy mix and end load shedding, government has facilitated the coming on stream of 125 megawatts of solar energy. Within the next 12 months, another 1,500 megawatts will come on stream. In addition, 300 megawatts from the new thermal power plant at Mamba will come on board in 2026. And Madam, just within the next 2 weeks, the President is going to officially open another power station at 5 megawatts from thermal just outside here in Lusaka. Madam, the government is also promoting solar installation for public institutions, households and businesses. Our target is to increase the share of non-hydro renewable energy. Madam Speaker, the energy crisis would have been far worse had Zambia not been connected to the Southern African power pool, from where she can import and export power depending on the need. Next year, Madam Speaker, next year, only under the UPND government, works will start on the interconnector between Zambia and Tanzania next year. With that interconnector, Madam Speaker, the energy system of Zambia will be connected not just to Southern Africa, but it will also be connected to the Eastern African countries of Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Tanzania itself. Madam Speaker, had the interconnector been done in previous years, for example, in the last 10 years, under the PF, the current power crisis would not have materialized, because Tanzania had surplus electricity last year, even now, which, however, they were not able to sell to us because there is no connection. So, Madam Speaker, those who failed to put this interconnector, they must now praise us for putting up this interconnector now. Madam, the solution of increasing the generation capacity, which is necessary and is being implemented, will not be adequate to bring about immediate relief to consumers, because it takes time for the generating plants to be constructed. But small businesses, in particular those with a little capacity to adapt, need immediate relief for them to survive. This is the solution that my colleague, through government, is working on right now, and the Minister responsible for energy will announce the details pretty soon. Madam Speaker, the works to accelerate rural electrification is ongoing, but government also continues to provide a conducive policy environment to adopt progressive reforms that attract private sector. Next year, Madam Speaker, next year, government will establish an electricity fund that will strengthen our electricity security and ensure stable supply. So this electricity fund is something that I'm going to announce later today. Other key reforms, Madam Speaker, include multi-year tariff framework, electricity open access framework, net metering, and single licensing system. Madam Speaker, as far as the petroleum subsector is concerned, government has since 2022 been facilitating private sector participation in fuel procurement. We have this year implemented the Tazama Open Access Framework, which has liberalized petroleum transportation, and the country is already benefiting. Madam Speaker, let me move on to the sector on transport and logistics. Over the years, Zambia has been transitioning from a landlocked to a truly land-linked country. This transformation is being realized through deliberate interventions in the development, modernization, and the maintenance of road, rail, and water transport infrastructure. Madam Speaker, as we connect with the neighboring countries, I want to say that in my 2025 budget address, I indicated that 210 kilometer Chisali-Nakonde Road was at 9% completion. This road has been completed now. Madam, government is now constructing 2 toll plazas along the road and rehabilitating the 15-kilometer stretch from Chinsali-Nakonde Road junction. We have also completed, Madam Speaker, the Mongu to Limulunga Road. We have also completed, Madam Speaker, Chirivuluma Road, which is the first ever concrete road in Zambia. Madam Speaker, rehabilitation and upgrading of the Monze Nico Road is at 74%.
Order, honorable members, please, can we have some order? Honorable member Fonkana, please desist from debating while you are seated.
Madam Speaker,
let this be the last warning.
Madam Speaker, rehabilitation and upgrading of the Monzeniko Road is at 74% and is expected to be completed this year. Rehabilitation of the Lusaka-Mongo Road from Tateyoyo Gate to Katunda is at 24% and expected to be completed in 2026. Further, rehabilitation of the Patoka-Mamba Road is at 39%, with works expected to be completed in 2027. Maintenance of the Monze-Mazabuka Road is progressed well and stands at 69%. Madam, government is currently upgrading the Chipata-Chadiza Road, Blue Lagoon and Samfia Lowe Kasava Road, and in 2026, government will embark on the construction of the Mofulila, Mokambo, Mansa, via Chembe Roads, Madam Speaker. Luansobe, Mpongwe Machia Road, including the Ngawe Bridge, Chipata Lundazi, Mutanda Mwinlonga, Livingston Kazungula Sesheke Road, and other battle rings. Madam, government is currently upgrading the Chipata Chadiza, Blue Lagoon and Samfia to Kasaba Roads. In 2026, government will embark on the construction of the Mufulida, Mokambo, Mansa Road via Chembe, Luanso Mpongwe Machia Road, including the Ngabo Bridge, Chipata Lundazi, Mutanda Mwinlunga, Livingston Kanzugula Sesheka Road. Madam Speaker, government has since 2022, signed 10 public-private partnership PPP agreements in the road sector with a total investment of $1.7 billion, covering over 1,500 kilometers, with more coming on board by the end of this year. This is an unprecedented milestone. Madam, the first PPP project, the Chingola Kasumbalesa Road, was completed in December 2024. Madam, progress on the construction of the 327-kilometer Lusaka-Ndola carriageway flagship project now stands at 45%. Just to remind you, Madam Speaker, this project is expected to be delivered before the official completion date of August 2027. As part of this project, the 45-kilometer Luansha Fisenge Masangano Road was completed this year, and is now open to traffic. And Madam Speaker, this Ndola Lusaka, this is the one that was almost going to be, I think colleagues had proposed to spend $2 billion on this road. When this road, Madam Speaker, now it's just going to be done, it's just over 600 million kwacha. From $2 billion to 600 kwacha, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, construction works on the Ndola Sakania Mufulira Road is progressing well, with 17 kilometers leading to Sakania border completed. Other PPP projects with notable progress include the Kasomena Mwenda Road, including the border post, Lumana Kambimba Road, Katete Chanida, and following the signing of the concession agreement for the establishment and upgrading of 371 kilometers of Mutanda to Kaoma via Kasempa Road, works are expected to commence before the end of this year. Madam, to support rural development and connectivity, government embarked on the rehabilitation and the maintenance of feeder roads. Under the improved rural connectivity project, so far 2,400 kilometers have been rehabilitated and is under maintenance, against a target of 4,200 kilometers. Madam Speaker, to facilitate the movement of goods and services and boost economic activities in rural areas, government targets to upgrade 808 kilometers of feeder roads to gravel standard. These include Lupuma, Mukutuma, Mukumbo Road in Lufanyama, Musele Wamafwa Road in Kalumbila, Chilombo Katoya Road in Kaoma, Shindaila Chungu Kalaba Road in Lupososhi and Samfia, Chisanga Kakonko Road in Ngawe, Chinambi Mbizi Road in Nyimba, Chikowa Tenof Kambindwa in Mambwe, Luimba Katoba Road in Chongwe. So far, 300 kilometers have been completed, while the remaining works will be completed. Madam Speaker, in 2026, government will commence the construction of the Calabos Congo Angola Port, Mpika Chisali Road, Serenge Mpika Road, Minonga Jimbe Road, including the border post at Jimbe. Government will also commence works to rehabilitate the Mutanda Kisasa Minonga Jimbe Road and the Kasempa turn-off to Kavompo via Mufumbo Road. These roads are a significant part of the Lobito corridor. Madam Speaker, government is rehabilitating and upgrading roads in 8 districts, namely Choma, Kitwe, Luansha, Lusaka, and Mazabuka, Ndola, Nadong, and Solwezi. Of the 1.7 kilometers of selected roads being worked on, 50 will be completed this year and another 50 in 2026. Madam Speaker, to enhance connectivity, 15 upgrade bridges will be constructed across the country. Madam Speaker, let me say some words about railways. As we speak right now, the negotiations, tripartite negotiations between China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, and Zambia, the negotiations to concession the Tazara Railway, those negotiations are complete. Madam Speaker, before the end of this year, that concession agreement to revamp Tazara is going to be signed. Under the concession, Madam Speaker, railway infrastructure will be rehabilitated to enable efficient transportation of minerals, agriculture products, and other essential goods, including passengers. Madam, you will recall that Zambia has also signed a concession agreement for the development of the Lobito Railway Corridor, which will provide connectivity to Lobito in Angola. Further progress on this project includes the completion of the first draft of the feasibility study. Other important milestones, such as the environmental and social studies, selection of contractor, and the raising of capital are underway. Madam Speaker, once the Lobito Railway Corridor is done, Tazara is done, and we know these are going to be done, Zambia will truly be the hub of this region. Because for the first time, there will be railway connectivity linking the west coast of Africa to the east coast of Africa. So the transport hub is becoming a reality, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regards to air transport, government has since 2021 done the following. The Kasama Airport has been rehabilitated, Chipata Airport rehabilitated, Mongo done, Solwezi done. Further works have commenced to upgrade Mansa Airport and Mfue Airport. Madam, in 2026, construction work is going to start on the following airports: Choma, Cassava Bay, and Nakonde Airport. Land, further, Madam Speaker, land for the future development of Chipata, Solwezi, and Mongo airports has been secured. Madam Speaker, to ease the movement of people and goods and facilitate trade, we have been undertaking border infrastructure development. These include Kazungola, Mwami, Uchinji, and Nakonde borders have all been turned into one-stop border posts. Further facilities at Chirundu, one border post will be upgraded. Katimamulilo and Kasumbalesa all are aimed to be upgraded, including others at Janida, Sakania, Sikongo, and Zombe. All these to be done under PPP, Madam Speaker. Further, Madam Speaker, on the water transport, government has completed the construction of Nchelenga Harbour, while works at Samfya are at 9% completed. Looking ahead, government plans to develop other harbour infrastructure at Siavonga, Chipepo, Sinazongwe, and Shangombo in 2026. Let me say something about tourism, Madam Speaker. This is a sector that has seen remarkable progress. Madam Speaker, international arrivals for tourism. International arrivals in tourism. In 2022, we had 1.1 million arrivals. Last year, 2024, Madam Speaker, the arrivals doubled to 2.2 million. This improvement reflects the bold measures we took, such as stronger international marketing and visa waivers in the most important markets. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that domestic tourism has also flourished. As at end 2024, we recorded 530 visitors to our tourism sites in the country. Within tourism, Madam Speaker, very interesting statistics here again. Hotel occupants has seen a boost, with the Livingstone hotels reporting 70% occupants, compared to only 40% in 2023. And the average length of stay, Madam Speaker, is also increased to 5 days from 3 in the past, signaling increased interest. Madam Speaker, another interesting sector, also very important, please pay attention here. In the manufacturing sector, I'm happy to report that the sector is among those that have attracted huge investments of over $4 billion. The multi-facility economic zones have attracted some of these investments. Madam, as at end 2021, the Lusaka South MFES had 17 operational companies with an investment portfolio of $264 million and over 7,000 jobs. In 4 years, Madam Speaker, in 4 years, meaning now, those investments have jumped from 264 million to $1.4 billion. From 20 companies with jobs over 31,000 created. Major investment in the zone, and Madam Speaker, these are verifiable facts. Anyone can go in the Lusaka multi-facility economic zone and check for yourself some of the major investments that have happened there. We have ceramic factories in the Lusaka MFES. We have steel factories in Lusaka MFES. We have a starch factory in Lusaka MFES. We have a milk processing factory in Lusaka MFES. We have copper rods. We have electric cables. We have conductors, pharmaceutical products, all happening today in the Lusaka multi-facility economic zone. Madam Speaker, the Jiangxi multi-facility economic zone in Chivombo, this has also attracted investment in excess of 128 million. What do you see there, Madam Speaker? In the Chivombo multi-facility economic zones, batteries are being manufactured, batteries are being recycled, copper cables are being manufactured, and more than 1,100 jobs created in the Chivombo MFES. Madam Speaker, there are other MFES like in Kalulushi, ZCCS, we have Kalumbila MFES, and all these we are pushing very hard to have investments coming in. To attract similar and more investments, Madam Speaker, the government has declared new economic zones. These include the wonderful Group Industrial Park in Chilanga, Mukuni Multi-Facility Economic Zone in Kazungula, Monze Multi-Facility Economic Zone in Monze, and the Golden Baobab Multi-Facility Economic Zone in Kafiwe, with a total investment of $3 billion, creating over 13,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, here's another interesting statistic. I'm happy to report that all essential machinery for the Zambia-China Mulungushi textiles has been received and is now being installed in the readiness for commencement. Kawe, here we come. Madam Speaker, as you recall, this factory is one where promise after promise, visit after visit, and photographic sessions after photographic sessions were conducted, but nothing was done. Now it is happening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the small and medium enterprise development, since 2022, the New Dawn administration has empowered over 103,000 individuals and about 9,800 micro, small, and medium enterprises. With regards to Citizens Economic Empowerment Fund, government has in the last 4 years empowered more than 83,000 beneficiaries under various schemes. Madam, government has made significant efforts to address challenges faced by small and medium enterprises and farmers in accessing affordable finance. As at end August 2025, a total of more than 19,000 small and medium enterprises had benefited from the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme. Madam Speaker, we are not only empowering our citizens economically, but also building the capacity of the local businesses to compete. On information and communication technology, Madam Speaker, government has prioritized the construction of communication towers in underserved and unserved areas. Going forward, government remains committed to ensuring that communication towers are constructed to strengthen e-governance and digital services. Madam, to provide digital services to underserved and unserved areas, government has since 2023 deployed 525 Starlink kits to 2 state government departments, all 156 constituency offices, 109 post offices, 23 youth resources, and other public institutions. Madam Speaker, to improve public service delivery, government continued to roll out government-wide network to public institutions. So far, 93 local authorities, 79 district administration offices, and 29 schools have been connected. So, Madam, everything I've said so far was what is going to happen to push the agenda of job creation and economic growth. I now move to the policies that address human and social development. Starting with education and skills. Madam, government's commitment to uplifting education is unquestionable. This is reflected in our commitment to provide free education, provide teaching and learning requisites, and recruit human capital and develop infrastructure. Madam, the introduction of free education in 2022 has lifted the burden of school fees from millions of families. We've witnessed an increase of about 2.3 million learners in primary and secondary schools, particularly benefiting girls and vulnerable children. Madam Speaker, just to repeat, because this statistic is very important, we have witnessed, and since the free education policy started, we have witnessed an increase of 2.3 million learners in our schools. Madam Speaker, before the free education policy, these 2.3 million learners would have been languishing without education. Now they are back in school. To complement free education, Madam Speaker, government has scaled up homegrown school feeding programs, which now, the school feeding programs now reaches 4.6 million learners in 116 districts. So, Madam Speaker, these children in school, 4.6 million of them are fed by their government to make sure that they can learn properly. In 2026, the number of districts is going to be expanded where the feed program is going to be expanded from 106 districts to 116. In other words, to all the districts in the country. This program is provided every child an opportunity to access education and to remain in school regardless of their background. Madam Speaker, to improve the quality of education, government has since 2022 recruited 42,000 teachers. This year, Madam Speaker, this year, 2025, we are recruiting an additional 2,000 teachers. And Madam Speaker, next year, just to make sure that we have enough teachers, an additional 3,500 teachers will be recruited. So 2,000 teachers this year, 3,500 teachers this year. Madam Speaker, one wonders, before the UPND government, what were the children learning in school in the absence of teachers? Madam Speaker, in addition, because, Madam Speaker, our children used to sit on the floor, in addition, 1.6 million desks across the country, 1.6 million desks across the country, out of which 42% were procured from our own local suppliers using CDF. Those have been procured. Madam Speaker, in my last address, I informed this House that there had been so many high schools, Madam Speaker, that were abandoned for 10 years without completion. So many that were abandoned all over the country. So last year, as we continue to address this problem of abandoned high schools, last year I informed this House that 317 secondary schools were under construction across the country. I'm happy to report that 151 were completed last year and 46 scheduled for completion this year. The remaining 120 will be completed in 2026. So, Madam Speaker, schools that were abandoned for 10 years, schools that were Madam Speaker, to improve infrastructure at our universities and transform the learning environment, government will complete the construction of hostel blocks at the Copperbelt University and the University of Zambia in 2026. Works at other public universities are progressing well. Madam, to align the education system...
Honorable Member for Bahati, please leave the House, go and laugh. When you are done, you can come back. Honorable Member for Bahati, you've been laughing through and through. No, Bahati, the one seated near Chilubi, Honorable Member for Chilubi. Yes, Honorable Member for Milengi. Please leave the House, go and laugh. When you are done, you can come back.
Madam, to align the education system with the demands of the labor market, government is implementing the 2023 revised curriculum. This is being done in a phased approach with full rollout expected in 2029. Madam, in the area of skills development, government has since 2022 provided bursaries. Since government has provided 8,212 students and trained 210,000 institutions. In 2026, government is going to provide bursaries to 6,000 students and train 100,000 youth in better skills. In the area of health, Madam Speaker, our focus is on achieving universal health coverage and provision of quality health services through the recruitment of health personnel, provision of medicine, medical supplies, as well as infrastructure development. Madam Speaker, since 2022, government has undertaken massive recruitment of health personnel with 18,305 hired and an additional 2,000 to be hired by the end of this year. So before the end of this year, 2,000 additional health workers. The increase in the recruitment of health personnel has contributed to improved health service delivery. To consolidate the gains in the sector, government will recruit in 2026 another 2,500 health personnel. Madam Speaker, since assuming office, the New Dawn administration has completed the construction of 282 health facilities nationwide, 7 at level 1 hospitals, 101 main hospitals, 33 health centers, and 131 health posts. To further increase access to health services, government has commenced under phase 2 the construction of 5 level 1 hospitals in Choma, Kabwe, Monde, Solwezi, and Zambezi, and 120 mini hospitals across the country. In 2026, government using CDF will continue to construct maternity annexes across the country. Madam, last year I informed this House that government will commence the construction of the Ndola Cancer Treatment Center and modernization of the Cancer Disease Hospital in Lusaka. And I wish to report that we have made progress. The Ndola Cancer Treatment Center is at 75%, while the modernization of the Cancer Hospital in Lusaka stands at 40%. Government, Madam Speaker, to ensure the availability of medicines and medical supplies in the health facilities, government has continued to procure essential medicines and medical supplies. As at end June 2025, Madam Speaker, essential drugs availability significantly increased to 90% for health centers compared to 46% in 2021. So, in 2021, medicine availability was at 46%. This year, availability is at 90%. Madam Speaker, in addition, government is strengthening measures to eliminate pilferage. Our commitment to provision of essential drugs and medicines remains strong. To improve patient record management in public health facilities, government will continue to implement the Smart Care Pro system. This system has significantly contributed to efficient patient information exchange across all public health institutions. Water and sanitation, Madam Speaker, since 2021, government has drilled more than 2,000 boreholes, rehabilitated 671 nationwide, and built 491 piped water schemes, benefiting over 687,000 people in rural areas. Further, the number of people saved with water supply increased by 517,000, while sanitation services increased by almost 740,000. We are also constructing 168 modern waterborne sanitation facilities in schools, health and centers, markets and bus stations. As a result of these interventions, incidences of waterborne diseases such as cholera has drastically reduced. Madam, major water supply projects completed in the past 4 years include Flafuta water supply system, benefiting over 1 million residents on the Copperbelt province, and the Kazungula water supply and sanitation project, benefiting over 20,000. Madam, the sector has also made concerted efforts towards improving operational efficiency. I think this point is important to note. The operational efficiency includes installation of worn-out pipes. These have resulted in the reduction of water wastage from 57% to 54%. Further, installation of solar-powered pumps contributed to the reduction of the cost. These measures create a strong foundation towards the attainment of universal access to water. But there are challenges, Madam Speaker. The challenges is that there is an increasing gap between the cost of providing water and the average tariff. The average cost of producing a cubic meter of water, Madam Speaker, the average cost of producing a cubic meter of water currently stands at 18 kwacha. So a cubic meter, to produce it, you spend 18 kwacha. But when that is sold, it is only sold for 7 kwacha, 19 kwacha. So therefore, there's a gap between the cost of producing water and the revenue that is collected, and that revenue per cubic meter is 10 kwacha, 10 ngwe, or cumulatively 1.3 billion kwacha. Clearly, we need to do something here, undertaking reforms, because otherwise there will be no sustainable supply of water. So we need to do something that we need to discuss as a country. How do we eliminate this gap between the costs of supplying water and the revenue? Madam, to unlock the potential of the water and sanitation sector and attract private sector, there is therefore need to undertake structural and fiscal reforms, as I've just said. On social protection, Madam Speaker, to safeguard the poor and vulnerable, government will continue to increase and broaden social security coverage through programs such as social cash transfer, food security pack, and girls' education and women's empowerment livelihoods. Madam, to support the livelihoods of vulnerable, government has in the past 4 years increased the number of beneficiary households under the social cash transfer to 1.3 million beneficiaries from 895,000 in 2021. In 2026, government will further increase the number of beneficiaries to 1.5 million households, impacting over 8.4 million people. This is indeed a caring government. And Madam Speaker, this money then gets stolen en masse, is delivered to the beneficiaries. To support vulnerable but viable farmers, government will increase food security packs beneficiaries to more than 320,000 from the current 244,000. Madam, with regard to girls' education and women empowerment and livelihood program, 317,608 girls and women were supported under Phase 1. This year, government launched Phase 2 of the program to benefit 1.5 million vulnerable households. Madam Speaker, to safeguard our retirees from falling into destitution, government has continued to liquidate pension benefits. Over the past 4 years, more than 8.6 billion has been released, enabling 11,921 retirees to be fully cleared. This intervention reduced the average waiting period for pension payments from over 3 years to 3 months in 2023. However, due to the resource problem caused by the impact of the drought last year and the resumption of external debt servicing, the waiting period has unfortunately risen to an average of 1 year. Despite these challenges, government has continued to release funds, and we hope to get back to 3 months in the near future. Madam, our firm commitment is to further enhance pension benefits to public service workers by building sustainable and resilient pension system. To this end, government has embarked on comprehensive pension reforms, which include the introduction of an occupational pension scheme for public workers. These reforms are designed to resolve financing challenges and ensure that public pension funds are sustainable. Madam Speaker, in 2024, the government introduced the Cash for Work program to cushion our citizens from the adverse effects of the drought. Under the program, over 2.4 million beneficiaries have been recruited and empowered. The program has provided income-generating opportunities to vulnerable individuals in exchange for cash wages. In 2026, Madam Speaker, government will reform the program and address some of the challenges experienced and improve targeting. To leave no one in doubt, Cash for Work program continues in 2026. Madam, government is developing a national social registry to streamline social protection and human capital development. This registry will help in the administration and also sometimes in terms of avoiding double dipping by beneficiaries. So that was the second pillar of the National Development Plan. We've done economic growth and job creation. We've just finished social development. We now go to the third pillar under environmental sustainability. What are we going to do next year? Madam Speaker, over the past 4 years, government has been promoting sustainable development and environmental protection by enhancing the regulatory framework, advancing green financing, and investing in weather climate services. This has made the country attractive in the global carbon market. Madam, following the development of the forest carbon regulation and green bond guidelines, 105 million has been raised through the issuance of green bonds. These funds have been invested in solar projects in Riverside and Timpi in Kitwe, resulting in generation of 34 megawatts and 60 respectively. Government has also been implementing the emission reduction program, a mechanism through which participating groups and communities are provided with monetary rewards for conserving natural resources. So far, 56 chiefdoms in Eastern Province are participating. Further, 359 community forest groups across the country have been designated over 10 million hectares as forest management areas. To strengthen our national capacity for climate resilience, government has installed 250 automatic weather stations and 300 rainfall stations within agricultural camps across the country. These facilities transmit real-time data to enable timely and accurate monitoring of weather. Madam Speaker, environmental pollution remains one of the most pressing challenges of our time. In particular, the indiscriminate disposal of plastics has become a major source of land and water contamination, threatening ecosystems and health systems. To address this problem, I will be announcing fiscal measures to discourage excessive use of plastics so that environmental-friendly alternatives are used. Madam, equally, the unregulated use of mercury and other hazardous chemicals in mining activities poses danger, poisoning rivers, soils, and affecting communities. These measures to stop this include strengthening enforcement against illegal mining, promoting mercury-free gold processing technologies, and enhancing awareness of campaigns on the dangers. I move on to good governance, the last pillar of the 8th National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, government has been strengthening the policy, legal and institutional framework for good governance, as well as enhancing the rule of law, human rights, constitutionalism, and fight against corruption. This is being achieved through reforms such as fiscal consolidation and debt management. As far as fiscal consolidation is concerned, we have achieved in the last 4 years is a result of significant legislative and administrative reforms that we have implemented. Madam Speaker, contraction of debt is now required to be approved by Parliament, and financing of infrastructure projects is mostly through PPPs. With regard to administrative reforms, we've rolled out the information and financial management systems across government, implemented the smart invoicing system, expanded the government service bus, implemented the state-owned enterprise policy, and introduced the fiscal management framework. Madam, to further reduce budget deficit and consolidate fiscal sustainability, revenue mobilization will be strengthened and the resources channeled to areas with maximum impact. Madam Speaker, to address prevailing gaps in tax system, government in 2026 will formulate the medium-term revenue strategy. The objective is to broaden the tax base and strengthen compliance. Madam, to simplify and harmonize tax administration procedures, government will in this session present the tax administration bill. And Madam, to improve the performance of state-owned enterprises, government revised the state-owned enterprise policy. The policy aims at strengthening good corporate governance as well as enhancing fiscal performance. Furthermore, government is developing state-owned enterprises bill, which will be presented to this House in this session. Regarding the fight against corruption, government is amending the Anti-Corruption Act. This is aimed at strengthening the independence of the Anti-Corruption Commission and enhance anti-corruption enforcement. To increase transparency, the government will amend the Companies Act to strengthen provisions on beneficial ownership by requiring the disclosure of ultimate owners of companies. Madam Speaker, on debt management, on your assuming office, this administration made a commitment to restructure our external debt and chart the path to debt sustainability. We are delivering on this commitment, Madam Speaker. So far, we've reached agreement on debt treatment for approximately 94% of the debt within the restructuring perimeter. This is a demonstration of our commitment to restore public debt sustainability. The various challenges that this process has faced commitment through addressing the challenges. In this regard, I wish once again to thank creditors for being strong partners in the structuring process. Madam Speaker, government is current. In other words, government is now servicing payments on all restructured debt obligations, including the Eurobonds. Madam Speaker, the debt distress and the restructuring process has taught us a bitter lesson. To ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past, we have amended the law to improve parliamentary oversight on public borrowing. We have established the Debt Management Office responsible for annual debt sustainability analysis, medium-term debt strategies, and credit risk analysis. Madam, to strengthen risk mitigation in our public debt management, we will take a proactive market-based approach. This will involve various debt management operations aimed at optimizing our debt portfolio, as well as supporting development of our domestic market using market-based solutions. On the CDF, Madam Speaker, on assuming office in 2021, we made the bold decision to enhance the CDF. Since then, the program has become one of the most powerful tools for delivering equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development to our people. Communities all over the country love CDF for obvious reasons. It is delivering development which they've never seen since independence. Madam, we must congratulate ourselves as Zambians for coming up with this novel idea of CDF on our own, which is having so much impact. Madam, since 2022, through CDF, we've built 2,800 classroom blocks, rehabilitated 422 classroom blocks, procured 670,000 desks. To improve access to health care, we've constructed 131 health posts, 195 new maternity annexes, and to provide access to clean and sanitation water, we have drilled 1,941 boreholes, installed 531 water schemes, and built 228 ablution blocks. Madam Speaker, it is very nice that to enhance the education and skills development through CDF, 8,652 secondary school learners have been granted boarding bursaries, and 152,000 youth have enrolled in various skills. This is all happening, Madam Speaker, because CDF is decentralized to every corner of the country. If these monies were dispersed in Lusaka, the person in Liua, the person in Congo, in Katete, in those villages, they would have little chance. So money now has been taken to where the people are. Let's congratulate ourselves for this innovative. Madam, these achievements are more than just numbers on the page. They represent lives that have been changed for a better. Madam Speaker, moving on to monetary policy, this will continue to play a critical role in fostering price stability by steering inflation back to the target band of 6 to 8% for the medium term. We will also continue to strengthen monetary policy framework, including reinforcing the use of kwacha in domestic transactions. The Bank of Zambia has conducted extensive consultation with stakeholders and will issue regulations by the end of this year. The regulations will outline exemptions and will be accompanied by detailed guidelines. On the financial sector, Madam Speaker, the goal is to make the law responsive to the development in both domestic and financial landscape. And this will be done by the revision of the Banking and Financial Services Act. This bill will be tabled before this House during this current session. To enhance financial sector safety, you recall when a bank closes, there's always turmoil in the depositors. To address that, I will table a deposit protection scheme before the end of this, before this House during the current session. Further, the Bank of Zambia will issue banking and financial services deposit protection rules by the end of this year. Under these rules, a fund will be established to pay out deposits up to a specified amount in the event of a bank closing. Madam Speaker, to unlock access to affordable credit, government will continue supporting the de-risking of lending to SMEs through the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme. In addition, Bank of Zambia has made strides toward operationalizing a 5 billion fund to support small businesses. Further, the credit guarantee scheme through commercial banks will continue. On the external sector, Madam Speaker, government will continue to maintain flexible exchange rates, build international reserves, and provide market support to mitigate excessive exchange rate volatility. To support international reserves, Bank of Zambia has so far purchased refined gold worth $322.6 million as at end August 2025. To boost exchange earnings, government will continue with its efforts to diversify exports. Madam Speaker, let me now move on to part 3 of the budget speech, which is the 2026 budget. 2026 budget. Madam, I now present the 2026 national budget, whose allocations are in line with the priority programs in the 8th National Development Plan. The allocation also supports the theme that was in the President's speech regarding consolidating our socio-economic gains. Madam, I propose to spend a total of 253.1 billion kwacha, or 27% of GDP. This will be financed from domestic revenues of 206.5 billion. In other words, almost 82% of the budget will be financed by our own efforts. Madam Speaker, grants from cooperating partners will be 12.1 billion, or 4.8% of the total budget, and the balance of 34.5 billion, or 3.7% of GDP, will be financed through domestic and external borrowing. Domestic borrowing is projected at almost 22 billion kwacha, or 2.3% of GDP, while external borrowing is 12.9 billion, or 1.4% of GDP. Let me now present the 2026 budget by functions of government. Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 92.6 billion, or 36.6% of the budget, on general public services. Significant outlays under this category include 52 billion and 22 billion for domestic and external debt services, respectively. So payment on domestic debt 52 billion, and foreign 21.7. Madam, you note that the burden of servicing domestic debt at 52 billion is now much higher compared to that of external debt at 21.7 billion. This is the reason because between 2015 and 2021, there was an aggressive domestic borrowing program through issuance of treasury bills and bonds between 2015 and 2021. Those bonds are now maturing starting next year. So these instruments are maturing, and hence the big jump in the domestic debt service, particularly in 2026. After that, it tapers down. It is clear, therefore, that the effects of the excessive borrowing during those days are still with us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've also allocated 1.2 billion for costs relating to the conducting of the 2026 general elections, including other election-related activities. Madam, to continue empowering our local authorities and ensure equitable distribution of resources, I've allocated 1.4 billion to the Local Government Equalization Fund. Further, 810 million has been allocated for the compensation fund to facilitate payment for court cases won against government. 4.7 billion to 4.7 billion towards dismantling of arrears to suppliers of goods and services. Madam, expenditure proposals under the Economic Affairs are proposed to spend 58.6 billion or 23.2% of the budget on economic affairs. Of this amount, 15.5 billion will be for the agriculture, fisheries and livestock sector. This includes, with this 15.5, 9.2 billion for the farmer input support program, 2.1 billion for maintaining strategic food reserves, and 764.7 million for animal health services, including what I said earlier on, the implementation of the Zambia beef export program. So 764.7 million for animal health, and also to support the Zambia beef export project. Madam, I propose to allocate 14.5 billion for the construction, rehabilitation, and the maintenance of roads, including urban and feeder roads. Madam Speaker, in the meantime, although this I know is not quite adequate, in the meantime, government will continue to construct roads using the PPP model so that cash saved may be deployed on roads that cannot attract PPP funding. Madam Speaker, I propose to increase spending on mining-related activities to 1.2 billion kwacha. Of this amount, 542 million is to continue with aerial, geological, and geophysical mapping, while almost 500 million is allocated to support artisanal and small-scale mining, mainly for the construction of mineral processing hubs and marketing centers. To operationalize the Mineral Regulation Commission, I've allocated almost 76 million kwacha. Madam, this expenditure is an important investment that will open new doors for yet more mining in our country. In this regard, Zambia is indeed, in the next few years, destined to be an even stronger mining country with an equally strong economy. Madam, I propose to spend 1.5 billion in the tourism sector to improve infrastructure, support wildlife conservation, and tourism marketing, among others. Madam, to continue supporting development at the local level, I propose to increase the allocation to the CDF to 6.2 billion kwacha. This, Madam Speaker, translates per constituency from 36.1 million to 40 million. Madam,
order, honorable members, there is a request, honorable minister, to repeat that question.
Madam, to continue supporting development at the local level, I propose to increase the allocation to the CDF to 6.2 million. This translates at the constituency level a rise from 36.1 million to 40 million. Madam Speaker, I propose to allocate 1.1 billion kwacha for developing provincial airports to enhance air connectivity and position Zambia as a regional hub. Madam Speaker, 851.7 million has been allocated to the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme, which includes resources for the Sustainable Agriculture Financing Facility. I further propose to increase the allocation for empowerment funds to 588.5 million from 391 million this year. Madam, as I said earlier on, I propose to allocate 500 million kwacha for the establishment of the electricity fund. On education, Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 33 billion or 13% of the total budget on the sector. Of this amount, 2.4 billion is set for free education and 2.3 billion for completion and rehabilitation of school and invest infrastructure across the country. Once approved, these expenditure proposals will consolidate the gains made in the socio-economic sphere. Madam, to enable more students, benefit from the loan scheme and access tertiary education, I've allocated 1.4 billion kwacha to the Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board. This will ensure that students from poor families can be supported. It is at these universities and colleges where the future of our country lies. This is where we produce the engineers, the technicians, accountants that will drive the strong growth of our economy now and in future. You'll be pleased to know that some companies in Zambia have already foreseen a shortage of engineering skills because they are planning ahead, and therefore they've started even to sponsor engineering students. Madam, I've allocated 300 million to the revised national education curriculum so that the learners that we produce are more relevant to the demands of our. In health, Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 26.2 billion or 10.3% of the total budget to support the sector. Out of this, Madam Speaker, 6.4 billion is apportioned to the procurement of drugs and medical supplies. And, Madam Speaker, this expenditure on the procurement of drugs and the medical supplies is an increase of 30% from this year. The increase is to cover the gap that is emerged following the withdrawal of some external support. Madam, I'm happy to hear now and then from colleagues from the health sector that the availability of drugs and medicines, as I said earlier on, has improved. I've also allocated 953.5 million kwacha for maintenance and procurement of essential medical equipment. Madam Speaker, I've allocated 1.7 billion towards health infrastructure development to expand access to healthcare nationwide. Of this amount, almost 250 will be for the ongoing construction of mini hospitals under phase 2 of the project. Under housing and community amenities, Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 3.2 billion on housing and community amenities, of which 1.8 billion is to improve access to safe drinking water, particularly in rural and peri-urban areas. Public order and safety, I propose to spend 9.6 billion to maintain public order and safety. Key interventions will include modernization of our security wings and improvement of infrastructure. This will ensure that Zambia continues to remain a peaceful country where no one fears being harmed by either criminals or political thugs. Madam, to reinforce our fight against corruption, I propose to increase the allocation to law enforcement agencies by 18% to 940.7 million. I also propose to spend 217.8 million to support the implementation of the Integrated National Registration Information System. Under social protection, Madam Speaker, to support our vulnerable people, I propose to spend 15.7 billion on social protection programs. Significant provisions include 7.6 billion for the social cash transfer program and 4.9 billion for pension payments to our retirees. Madam, I propose to increase the allocation for the food security packs to 1.5 billion from 1.2 billion to include more beneficiaries. Other functions, Madam Speaker, I propose to allocate 14.1 billion to the remaining functions of defense, environmental protection, as well as recreation, culture, and religion. Of this amount, 200.6 million is for Chiefs Affairs, which has been increased by 25% to improve the welfare of our traditional leaders. Revenue measures. Madam Speaker, before I present revenue measures, let me remind the nation that it is the responsibility of everyone to contribute money to Treasury through taxation and payment of fees. That is all our responsibility and no one else. Unfortunately, there are still many colleagues especially those in the informal sector who do not want to pay taxes. And yet, Madam Speaker, they speak the loudest when it comes to demanding for public services. We cannot keep on increasing taxes on the same people in the formal sector. We cannot keep on taxing teachers, doctors, clerks, accountants, when other people who are making money in the formal sector are not paying anything, but they make the biggest noises when demanding for public services. Some of the tax proposals I will present today, therefore, are intended to claw some money from those who hide from paying taxes. Madam, to enhance domestic resource mobilization and provided targeted relief to spur growth, I propose the following measures. Madam Speaker, to stimulate local manufacturing and value addition, I propose to revise the selected goods surtax and the customs duty on imported steel products, pasta, processed meat, and edible offal, carbon dioxide, flexible PVC pipes, polyester fiber, and float glass. What this means is that all these items, when imported, they'll be more expensive because there are local alternatives that are available that we must support. In addition, Madam Speaker, I propose to remove customs duty on the complete knockdown components. I propose to remove customs duty on the complete knockdown components for the assembly of motor vehicles, including tippers, electric vehicles, tricycles, motorcycles, truck trailers, and tractors. Madam Speaker, watch the space, because we are doing this so that these items can be manufactured locally in Zambia. Okay, I'll repeat. I propose to remove customs duty on complete knockdown components that are used for the assembly of motor vehicles, which includes tipper trucks, electric vehicles, tricycles, motorcycles, truck trailers, and tractors, so that they get made in Zambia. Madam, micro, small, and medium enterprises must grow. For this to happen, they need our support. I therefore propose to provide tax relief as follows. Increase tax exempt threshold for turnover tax and rental income tax to 2,500 from 1,000 kwacha per month. What this means is that previously, if you earned turnover and rental income in excess of 1,000 kwacha per month, then you are liable to tax. Now that 1,000 has been shifted up to 2,500. That's when you begin to pay the tax. So it is a relief. The increased turnover tax threshold for artisanal and small-scale mining to 5 million from 800,000 kwacha for the same reasons. And also reduce the penalty for late turnover tax payment to 0.5% from 5%. Madam, I said earlier on that we need to attract investment in the electricity subsector so that we deal with the problem of lack of power. The equipment itself already is, there are significant tax incentives, but what remained was, once you put the equipment, how do you now, and you begin to generate electricity, how do you transport that electricity from generation to the point where it is needed? So that is the relief now that is being provided of how to transport how to transport electricity from the generating point to the market. So I propose to do the following: provide duty relief for machinery and equipment required for transmission and distribution of electricity. B, to increase the period to 10 years from 7 years in which a business in hydroelectricity generation can claim a refund on VAT incurred on eligible goods before commencement of commercial operations. So with that now, I think the chain is complete. Incentives on generation and also incentives on carrying the electricity from generation to the market. Madam Speaker, I propose to promote investment and value addition in livestock and dairy subsectors. I propose to do the following: increase custom duty on powdered milk imported for resale and for further processing to 40% and 25% from 25% and 15% respectively. B, harmonize at 10% the selected goods tax on imported milk, cheese and yogurt. C, increase custom duty on cheese, yogurt and long life milk to 40% from 25%. D, remove the 15% custom duty on milk pasteurization machinery. And E, extend the 2% local content allowance to income earned from value addition to milk, rawhide and skins. Madam Speaker, to support climate resilience and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, I propose the following: A, reduce excise duty to 15% from 30% on selected new hybrid vehicles. We had a situation whereby the hybrid vehicles were being taxed like the normal vehicles. B, change the valuation of duty for hybrid motor vehicles to specific rates. And C, to address that issue that you chaired on the plastics, I propose to increase, this will be done in several stages. 2026, increase excise duty to 100% from 30% on single-use plastics. Next year, Madam Speaker, the following year, 2027, this excise tax will be again increased so that the cost of using these items increases. And in the third year, the production of these items will be completely banned. Because the time that we are giving now, 3 years, is now for people to make adjustments. So next year, that tax 100%, after that some more increment, finally banning of plastics. Madam, I propose the following additional tax measures. A, harmonize the custom duty on firearms upwards at 25%. In other words, on guns. B, introduce a 30% extra duty on firearms and ammunition. C, exclude buses with a seating capacity of 50 and above from presumptive tax and register them under turnover tax and the corporate income tax. D, zero rate the supply of mains water for value-added tax purposes. In other words, so that we address, as part of the solution, to address that gap I spoke about between the cost of producing water and the price at which it is sold. E, remove 5-year carry-forward limitation period of disallowed interest. And F, the allowable income tax deduction for companies employing persons with disabilities to $2,500 from $2,000. And G, extend the charge of advance income tax to all remittances. In other words, people who remit funds without paying tax, we had put a tax on the remittances unless they can prove that they've taxed. But what some were doing, they avoided using banks, use other mechanisms, so that tax is now extended to all other mechanisms where people can transmit funds without paying tax. Madam Speaker, I propose to adjust upwards fees. I propose to adjust upwards citizenship fees. Madam Speaker, you've heard in certain places to get a citizen, the amount of fee you pay is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So clearly, those who want to come to Zambia, we believe they must have a strong will to come, because they've seen some honey and milk and honey here. Therefore, we are going to increase the fees. Of course, we welcome them. We welcome them, but this is what we are talking about. So we propose to adjust upwards citizenship fees, visa fees for those countries which must obtain the visa, firearm license fees, and also mobile money levy rates. Please understand me. This tax fees on mobile money is not a tax on the mobile money companies. It's a tax on those who don't want to pay tax, but every now and then they're sending 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 somewhere. Clearly it means they've got money, isn't it? So why should they not pay anything? But the teacher must pay tax, the nurse must pay tax. So these fees are not for the mobile money companies. These are fees targeted at those who do the transactions. Further, I propose to adjust toll fees upwards on all motor vehicles except small and light vehicles and buses. Madam Speaker, on housekeeping measures, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act, the Customs and Excise Act, the Value-Added Tax, and the Zambia Revenue Authority Act, and other relevant laws. This is aimed at updating, strengthening, and removing ambiguities. Conclusion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the past 4 years have been momentous. The UPND took over administration of our country at a time when there were serious challenges. Lawlessness reigned as political cadres terrorized citizens and became the law unto themselves, to the extent they could even raid police stations and the police officers would scamper. Elections, Madam Speaker, became rivers of blood. Economic governance was also seriously challenged. Our country was heaped with unsustainable debt against the advice of both local and foreign experts. Utilization of public resources became questionable. in some cases leading to revelations later through investigations and court cases of massive corruption. Madam, where governance is broken down, economic performance is unlikely, and this was the case in our country. Combined with challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, we saw our mining industry collapsing, and so did many other industries. Citizens, especially the weak and those in rural areas, paid a heavy price for the declining economy. This is why the UPND, while in opposition and upon taking over government, this new dawn administration committed itself to fix the economy and better the livelihoods of our people. And Madam Speaker, this is what we've been doing since 2021, fixing the economy, fixing the country.
Thank you so much for being
Was there somebody saying something? Okay. Thank you. Let's silence our phones if they are on, please.
And Madam Speaker, many of the decisions that we made to fix the economy were taken in this House as we deliberated together to improve our economy and push more resources towards the poor. Madam, I stand before you today filled with pride to report that we have now fundamentally transformed the economy in the readiness for further economic expansion and greater opportunities for our citizens. The debt burden which had crippled our economy has been eased as we have reached debt restructuring agreements with most of our creditors. New investment in the vital sectors have been attracted as investors who once looked away are now choosing Zambia as the land of opportunity. Madam, 5 years ago, who would have imagined that Zambia would be a major exporter of fertilizers when the country was a big importer of the same commodity? Or that this country would have a big steel industry? Or that Mulungush Textiles, which was almost turned into a shopping mall, would truly come back to life as a factory producing textiles? Or that Tazara would one day come back to life? Or indeed, that mines like Kesiam, Mopani, Kalengwa, and others would come back to life with brand new ones, like cobalt in the Kutumba of the Image. Madam Speaker, farmers are now producing more because of the interventions in this government put in place, such as enhanced e-voucher system and accessibility to affordable loans. Madam Speaker, our children, who are the future leaders, now have the opportunity not only to go to school, but sit in proper classrooms with good desks. Madam Speaker, unprecedented number of teachers, many of whom, after training, had remained seated at home for 10 years. They were trained for 10 years waiting for a job. Now, Madam Speaker, those teachers are being hired. And as they get hired, they are teaching our children. Madam Speaker, youth are being provided with bursaries. Madam Speaker, this government is not taking away meal allowances from students. This government is adding more meal allowances to the schools. The quality of education is being improved. Madam, we have transformed the health sector. We have constructed new hospitals, maternity access. We have reduced distances to health facilities because in many constituencies, Madam Speaker, wherever you find a school, there's also a new health facility that has been constructed. So school clinic, this is what, and water. This is what is happening in our country today. Our mothers in remote areas can now deliver in decent maternity wards. We have improved the stock of medicines, and those who steal medicines will come for you. We have recruited thousands of health personnel. The quality of our health services is improving. Madam, we are improving the basic necessities of life. Madam, this transformation is not the achievement of this government alone. This is a testament of the sacrifice of every citizen that worked hard in the markets, in the shops, on the farms, in the mines, in the classrooms, in the hospitals, and many other fields of work. Madam, the work of this government is far from over, but challenges like youth unemployment and poverty cannot be totally eliminated in 4 years. But before the jobs have been created, that's where we have social cash transfer. That's why we have cash for work, to support those who are not getting jobs now. But what is clear, Madam Speaker, is that the decline of the past has been arrested, and the country is now headed in the right direction. The commitment, Madam Speaker, the commitment and the competence demonstrated by this government thus far in reversing a terrible situation to one of hope, that commitment and competence should give everyone hope that the outstanding challenges will be resolved in a similar manner. These achievements are just a stepping stone towards improving the livelihoods of our people. In this budget, Madam Speaker, or rather I would say, Madam Speaker, I thank the people of Zambia for their support. I thank the President for the support. I thank Cabinet for the support. And above all, good leadership. Above all, good leadership. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and all the MPs in this House. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and all the MPs in this House for standing together to do the good things for our people. It is this House that made the vital changes, like eliminating subsidies on fuel and cutting out other less critical expenditures, so that the money saved can be utilized to introduce free education, increase CDF, increase social cash transfer, introduce cash for work. That, Madam Speaker, is leadership. And I thank the House and all the MPs for this solidarity. Together, we are indeed consolidating economic and social gains towards a prosperous, resilient, and equitable Zambia. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Board, the honorable members, have we not something different about the honorable Minister of Finance? He doesn't need specs anymore. He's reading without specs. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, in line with the Standing Order 166-2 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, the estimates stand referred to respective committees for detailed consideration. In that regard, the Expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee is expected to submit its report on the estimates to the House by Tuesday, 28 October 2025. However, following a resolution by the House Business Committee at its meeting held on the 24th of September 2025, the House will reconvene for one day on Thursday, 2nd October 2025, to enable the House deal with urgent business in line with the Standing Order 166-4. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House now adjourns. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House. Is now adjourned.
And equitable Zambia. So that's the theme for the 2026 budget address, consolidating economic and social gains towards a prosperous, resilient and equitable Zambia. So in a few minutes from now, we'll be getting reactions from various stakeholders that have been invited, that were invited actually to witness the address by the Minister of Finance, and of course we will get reactions from invited members of Parliament. And so as we wait for that to happen, we'll just go through some pointers that we have noted from our end in the Minister's address. Post and welcome. I'm meant to believe that we do have some members of Parliament that have actually come through and they want to give their voice regarding the address that has been made by the Minister of Finance and National Planning. That's 253.1 billion, kwacha budget for 2026, or 27% of the GDP.
Yes, and we did speculate just before
the budget
presentation, and you are projecting it to be at 250. And true to the word, the minister has definitely given you the figures that you announced. And I just love the theme for this year's national budget presentation: consolidating economic and social gains towards a prosperous, resilient and equitable Zambia. And again, Claudette, quite a number of stakeholders that we've interacted with before the budget presentation, they were speculating that they foresee that's CDF to be increased, and true to their words, it's now at 40 million kwacha per constituency.
Absolutely. Time now to speak to some members of parliament and other invited guests that are actually here, and they were in the chamber just witnessed the presentation of the 2026 national budget. All right, we're now joined by Honorable Elias Lwanga, who's Small and Medium Enterprise Minister. I'd like to welcome you to this interview.
Yes.
To have you here. Quick reactions regarding the budget, presentation.
Well, I think this is a progressive budget, and I'm quite excited, especially from the economic, ministry. I think most of our economic pillars, the Minister of Finance has adjusted upwards, which is very progressive, and we'll see most of our economic, activities. Next year, I think there will be a lot of change, and our people will be, empowered. Let me probably talk about, the adjustment, or rather reduction, or zero rate on, those that are importing. For example, they want to come and assemble, these motorcycles, tricycles, and so on. There is zero rate. So we're encouraging the investors to come and set up, assembling plants within the country, which is very good. The Economic Empowerment Commission, there's an adjustment upwards, and we'll see more of our SMEs having affordable access to finance, which is very good. And when we talk about our farmers, I'm sure you've heard that we pay much attention to our agricultural sector, which is also very progressive. So I'm quite excited as a minister for SMEs. We'll see more of our SMEs within the agricultural sector, within tourism, within also the NH sector. Our SMEs will be able to participate in those pillars of our economy. So basically I'm happy with it.
That we wish all the best as you scrutinize, this particular speech starting next week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's Small and Medium Enterprise Minister, that's Mr. Elias Lwanga, also adding his voice to the national, budget that has just been presented by the Minister of Finance. We're now joined by Mr. Joseph Musanje from the Constituency. Welcome to this short interview. Your quick reaction to the budget, presentation. The minister did state that most feeder roads in rural areas, for instance, will be, worked on. How does that make you feel? The fact that yours is a rural constituency.
Thank you so much, Claudette. I'm very excited with this budget. It is a continued, we can say, impact on our communities, because it's going to help us, like you have mentioned, the feeder roads. This year we could only do 53 kilometers, and now with the increase we hope we can do even maybe 200 kilometers, so that every ward will receive better roads and good connectivity. The good thing is, where a good road goes, development goes there. So definitely what we are doing is opening up and reducing the cost of doing business. So we are very excited. And as Health Committee Chair, I'm also excited about the 10.3% budget allocation to health, because it's going to an increase in the amount for drugs to ensure that our people are cured and we can deal with disease. So it's a very exciting budget, and congratulations to the Finance Minister and His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema for leading the talk.
Thank you very much. All the best as you scrutinize the budget.
Thank you so much. All the best.
All right. Babala, Member of Parliament, Mr. Joseph Musanje also adding his voice regarding the 2026 national budget. We're now joined by Ms. Gertrude Menda. She's former Luena member of parliament. Welcome to this interview, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
All right, you were in the chamber and witnessed, the presentation of the 2026, national budget.
Yes.
I'd like to get, your reactions. A number of, issues the minister did, highlight.
Yes. I would like to thank the minister and to say the budget speech was very inspiring and gives hope on the performance of our economy. What I've liked mostly is about the performance so far. Yes, we have gained positives in so many. Has informed us the growth rate of economic growth, that is, of 5.2%. That is despite the drought that we had and so on. The measures that were taken to counter the impact or the effect of the drought, the food for work, cash for work, many measures that has resulted in the economic growth of obviously the investment in the mines, and what gives even more hope is that more investments are flowing in. The resuscitation of in the manufacturing sector, for example, the resuscitation of the textile industry, the textile and so on, the manufacture of fertilizers locally, to the point that we'll soon be exporting. In fact, we are exporting and so on. So many things. Okay. But obviously, he was humble enough to mention to the Zambians that we still have a challenge in the electricity sector. But even then, he gave hope in that investment, the measures that have been put in place to try and generate more electricity to counter the electricity shortfall. So I can go on and on. So really, that gives hope. And congratulations to the minister and congratulations to the House.
All right, that's Ms. Gertrude Menda, former Luena member of parliament, and we're now joined by Chama South member of parliament, Mr. Jefferson Mungandu. Welcome to this short interview, Honorable.
Thank you.
The theme for this budget address was consolidating economic and social gains towards a prosperous, resilient, and equitable, Zambia. Does the speech speak to this theme?
Indeed, it does. I'll start with the equality. This government has demonstrated that they are not leaving anyone behind, particularly those of us who are coming from rural areas. CDF has yet again been increased from 36.1 to 40 million. Therefore, I want to assure the people of Chama South that the roads that we've started working on, Minyokwa to Chifunda, Chasato, Chikwa, the bridges that we are working on in Chifunda, we want to just inform you that be prepared. This is the reason why we are supporting President Hakainde Hichilema. The continuation of CDF from 36 to 40 million simply means more hospitals, even that infrastructure which has lagged behind in our constituency will be able to be completed. Then they've also indicated that there are many areas in terms of injection in the manufacturing sector. We cannot talk about a nation developing if we are not getting or not producing what we eat, what we wear. Everything around us has to be anchored on manufacturing. You've seen the incentives that have been given to what we call knockdown parts, meaning Gatoma that produces motorbikes in Chipata will enjoy tax exemption, tax-free. He will not be only be providing in terms of motorbikes to Zambians. He will now provide more employment to Zambians, because these motorbikes that were previously being manufactured in China, they will now be manufactured here, which translates into job creation. So indeed, this theme is the theme that speaks to the needs of this country.
And the commencement of the production of, Mulungushi textile.
Indeed, this, Mulungushi textile will not only create employment for the people of Central Province, but we are likely now to see an expansion of outgrower schemes, not only in Kabwe but in the entire country, because the raw material for production of textile is cotton. I'm sure you are aware that with synthetic technology, cotton is fetching cotton clothes. If you are to wear 100% cotton cloth, you are likely to pay slightly more. So it simply means our farmers, they're likely to get better prices, especially cotton farmers. And Chama, particularly Chama Sawe, is among the areas that produce cotton in this country. So we want to just assure the people of Chama that be ready, development is on your way, it's already being delivered on the ground.
Can only wish you all the best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are always grateful to President Hakainde Hichilema and this government. We will support the passage of this very good budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Davis Munandu of Chama South. I'm handing you over to my colleague President to chat more.
Well, thank you so much, Claudette. A very insightful conversation that we've had with various members of Parliament and various stakeholders. We know that the Minister of Finance has just unveiled the 253 billion budget to Parliament, and joining us is ZIPA Executive Director, and this is Mr. Zali Chikuba. Thank you so much for according us this opportunity. And the theme, timely theme, but I'll get an excerpt from what the Minister talked about, where he said 851.7 million has been allocated to the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme, which includes the resources for the Sustainable Agriculture Financing Facility to enable farmers access affordable financing. In addition, the Minister proposes to increase the allocation for empowerment funds to 588.5 million from 391.9 million this year. What a huge difference there. Your make on that statement?
I think this budget lives to expectation to a greater extent. It seeks to consolidate on the gains that the government has already made so far in trying to better the investment environment. And you know that one of the costs in finance is the risk of default. So when you introduce a credit guarantee scheme and you provide more resources under that kind of financing line, you are essentially making it easier and cheaper for the enterprises, especially the small and medium scale enterprises, to borrow money from the financial institutions. So it goes towards the improvement of the investment environment. And also, as we are aware, some sectors of the economy do not necessarily have as high returns as other sectors. So sectors like agriculture do not necessarily have as high returns as you would find in manufacturing. So providing financing facilities that is directed towards such sectors ensures that people continue to operate in those sectors, and as well as ensuring food security, which is critical for the stability of the economy. When we have shortage of food in this country, you see how the prices of commodities all over rise. So inflation rises, but when we produce more food, you tend to arrest our inflation conditions. So providing more resources towards agriculture like this, I think, is guaranteeing that we have a stable macroeconomic environment.
I think we should have a lengthy discussion, Mr. Chikuba, so that we can look at the post-budget analysis and in many areas. I know members of Parliament are celebrating because CDF has been increased from 36.1 to 40 million. I want a neutral person like you coming from ZIPA, just under a minute. How do you make of the 40 million increment?
We already have a position on this CDF. We feel that it is a facility that is able to take development closer to the people. However, we take concern with the burning rate of this fund. A lot of members of Parliament have been unable to utilize this fund. So we need to be able to work on those structural bottlenecks that make it difficult for the members of Parliament to access this money and use it for the intended purposes. Otherwise, we also feel that it's a good thing, but we need to provide a dedicated M&E component of this fund so that we can track the implementation, the drawing and implementation of projects under CDF, so that the more benefit and impact can be seen with this fund.
Thank you so much for adding a word, but like I mentioned earlier on, leave your doors open. Parliament Radio and Television will be knocking on your door to just make sure that we have a lengthy conversation on this subject.
The pleasure will be ours.
All right, that's Mr. Zali Chikuba there, who is the Executive Director from ZIPA, and they deal with policy. And also joining me on set this particular time is Shwangandu Member of Parliament, and this is Honorable Stephen Kampyongo. And good to have you. Straight on, I want us to talk about education. The Minister did talk about, he has proposed to spend 33 billion or 13% of the total budget on education. On this amount, 2.4 billion is for the free education program and 2.3 billion for the completion and rehabilitation of school and university infrastructure across the country. We know just thrown away from here, University of Zambia, there's some hostels that have stored for so many years. You go to Ridgeway campuses and other universities. How do you make of these proposals by the Minister of Finance?
Thank you, President. I know you have picked one line of budget line, but obviously the pronouncement is positive, but as to whether the money will be sufficient to go into the pending infrastructure program is another problem, because we have got a lot of pending projects. The university is just one of them. We have got a number of secondary schools that are yet to be completed. In Shwangandu, I've got Shwangandu boarding, which we left at the same status, and it has to be completed. So the amount sounds good, positive, but as to whether it will have a much needed impact in terms of infrastructure is another thing. As to free education, obviously we need to see the scale. Mind you, free education is what has seen all of us be what we are today. So it's just the implementation part for this time around. And I'm just also interested in the pronouncement of CDF, because CDF is now constitutional, and Article 62 of the 2016 Constitution is constitutional matter. Now, the challenge we may have is we have 36 now, which we are struggling to have disbursed, and then it goes to 40. Good in terms of pronouncement, but how we get that implemented is another. Like I'm saying, we are at 36. As we speak now, we are yet to receive the all complete disbursement of the 36 CDF. So these are the issues that we need to look at. How much revenue measures the minister going to put in place in order to generate the much needed revenue to meet his expenditure. So these are the things we should be dealing with. When we dissect the details, it's very difficult to give an overall.
I know, Honorable, and that's the reason why we have this sector budget analysis. And from here, I'm sure you're going to committee rooms. And wishing you all the best. I know you'll be debating on the floor of the House the 2026 budget.
Correct. Then we can go into details of all that the minister has pronounced, both in revenue and expenditure side.
All right. That's Shwangandu, Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Honorable Stephen Kampyongo, just having a quick reaction to the budget that the Minister of Finance has unveiled today here at our Parliament buildings. And joining us is Honorable Sande Chanda, coming from Muchinga Province, and I just love your constituents, and congratulations. The Right Honorable Madam Speaker was in your constituency commissioning the CDF funded office. Are you happy with the 40 million that the Minister of Finance has announced today in terms of CDF?
Definitely. What it does is to move us from the 36.1 million to the 40 million. The 3.9 million kwacha can do a lot in a rural constituency like ours in terms of providing clean and safe drinking water for our people. And that is one of the major areas we'd want to attend to, even as we look at cooperating partners coming on board to provide more of piped water for our people. Solar driven, of course, solar propelled water. So we want to commend the government for the increase in the CDF from 36.1 million to 40 million kwacha. As usual, for us as the people of Kanchibia, CDF is taxpayers' money. We take it seriously. The idea is to ensure that we place as much value and that whatever project we do, the citizens themselves can see that value is derived from a particular project.
So what's your take home from the pronouncements that the Minister of Finance has made? Maybe just under a minute.
Under a minute, the budget seems to be taking us in the right direction. We have seen, first and foremost, of course, the CDF, as we've spoken about. We have seen an increment towards the student loans. We have seen that meal allowances continue in that regard for the learning or learners in higher institutions of learning. We have seen that there's still going to be push for the completion of schools or education facilities across the country, and we have seen again the health sector still registering quite a lot of positive noise within the sector. So for us, this is a budget we look forward to debating and also ensuring that we get to the detail of it when time comes, both at the committee level with the sector budgeting, but also when we come to the floor of the House. This is a budget we'd want to speak to. It speaks to a lot of our needs as the people of Kanchibia.
Honorable, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much. That's Honorable Sunday Chanda, Kanchibia Member of Parliament. And joining me at this particular time is the National Council of Students Union. A lady there. I'll be able to introduce the lady there. Thank you so much. And how do you make of the minister's especially?
Well, happy and excited as young people of this country towards the government's achievement over the past years since inception. All we have been seeing are increments in terms of where education is involved. So currently today we witnessed one of the greatest pronouncements by the Honorable Minister of Finance in the education sector. To be specific, we saw where 1.4 million has been allocated to the Higher Education Loans Board. That means that we have now more students who will be enrolled in these higher learning institutions. Apart from that, we've seen the increment of CDF, which is from 36.1 million to 40 million.
Okay.
So which now communicates to the young people, the people in the rural area, to say CDF now will be doing roads, CDF now will be constructing bridges, CDF now will be constructing more classes, more clinics, more healthcare delivery services to the people.
Let me bring in my lady here as well. Maybe you can begin by just telling us your position in the council.
So my name is Katari Ivli Makasa, coming from the National Council of Students Union, and I am the Women's League Coordinator.
Okay. Your take-homes from the pronouncements that the Minister of Finance
So obviously we're overjoyed to see that the government still has asked the students, coming from a student body at heart, with, like my colleague earlier stated, 1.4 million allocated to loans bonds. So obviously more enrollment of students, the number of students will definitely increase that benefit from the loans board. Secondly, there was 300 million also allocated towards the revision of our curriculum. So yeah.
All right, I'm wishing you all the best. I know as you follow through, and members of Parliament will be debating, and I hope the sector budget analysis will engage you so that you can scrutinize these major pronouncements that have been made today by the Minister of Finance. Thank you so much, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you very much.
All right, those are some council members, and just adding their voices regarding the major pronouncements that the Minister has made. And joining me is Jikankata, Member of Parliament, and this is Honorable Jacqueline Sabao. Thank you so much for joining us this late afternoon. I'm sure I could see you saying yeah when the minister made pronouncements on the CDF. Your take home from the minister's address.
Thanks so much, Person. Allow me first to appreciate the new Dawn government for managing to restructure the debt. It is from this background that the 2026 budget will be funded using the local financing at 80% of our budget will be financed locally, means that as a country we are doing well and we are on the right direction. However, as a member of parliament from the rural constituency, the increment for CDF from 36.1 million to 40 million is something that is very great for us, because I'll tell you that my teachers in Chikankata, they don't have accommodation, my nurses, they don't have accommodation. So it means that come next year, as people of Chikankata, it's one of the things that we are going to look at. How do we construct housing units for our teachers so that they have decent housing units, and when they are impacting knowledge to our children, they are motivated because where they are coming from, they have good housing units. And also the issues of water and sanitation is a challenge in Chikankata. But with this increment in CDF, it means that the people of Chikankata, in all the wards, they'll have clean water, and not just a borehole, but a water kiosk that they will be using piped water.
How is the burning rate in your constituency regarding CDF?
I would tell you at the moment we're at 100%. Right now, as we are talking, my account has been depleted. We can't even commission because we don't have money in the account. We've used everything. However, government has promised us that come next week, they're giving us something. It means that we are working very hard, and I also want to appreciate my local officers at the council who are working every day to make sure that the implementation of the CDF projects are done in the right direction. And the challenge we have also is the issue of contractors. I want to warn these contractors who are failing to do the right thing out there that come next year in Chikankata will not allow that, which we've already done. We've cancelled most of the contract because of having wrong contractors, because these are government resources. When you're given an opportunity, work for the people of Zambia. These are projects that will be appreciated not just today, even the coming generation of this country.
Honorable Sabao, thank you so much. You're always our friend here at Parliament Radio and Parliament Television, saying thank you so much for finding time just to share your take-homes with us.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right, that's Chikankata Member of Parliament, Honorable Jacqueline Sabao, just adding her voice, and you heard it from herself that the burning rate done already depleted the account when it comes to CDF. And we find ourselves in Zambezi East, and Honorable, we did talk about the budget, you and I, not long ago, the expectations, and also we did discuss the presidential address. And has it met your aspirations as Zambezi East Member of Parliament, the pronouncements that has been made by the Minister of Finance today?
I'm glad that the previous interview was with you, and you can see exactly that there's a connection between what we discussed a couple of days ago and what has just been presented today. And this budget has met my expectations. Of course, I was expecting it to be increased, but what has actually pleased me most is the fact that the budget will largely be financed using domestic resources. Approximately above 80% of the budget will be financed by domestic resources mobilized by ourselves, Zambians, and this is how it should be. It now goes without saying that we now have the confidence to run our own economy by raising money from among ourselves and utilizing that money prudently in order to grow our economy. And this is what has elated me, especially the fact that there are also adjustments which we are making to ensure that everyone involved in business or anyone doing any economic activity is actually compelled to pay tax, so that the burden is not shifted to a few individuals.
The Minister of Finance has shocked you. You and I had a conversation. I did ask you a question regarding CDF, and you said you don't see it being increased. But today, here we are, 40 million kwacha per constituency.
Absolutely, I was not really expecting a big increment. What I expected is to sustain the level at which it was, for obvious reasons. I was thinking that it would be sustained at the same level, especially the fact that we have so many responsibilities that we need to meet, especially liquidating the debt. That has shocked me, of course, and I'm happy that we have gone that way, especially the fact that the CDF itself has been very effective in distributing growth of the economy equitably in all constituencies. There is no place that is not represented by a member of parliament. So this in itself actually excites me.
Honorable, thank you so much, and wishing you all the best. I know you have a very busy week as you go into sector budget analysis.
And one very important aspect that I forgot to mention, the Zambezi District Hospital has actually categorically been mentioned in the budget, meaning it is catered for and it has financing to be built. That has elated me. You've followed me. I've spoken about the Zambezi District Hospital so often and passionately. And I'm glad that today is an exciting day. The minister has actually pronounced himself that this is contained in next year's budget.
The excitement can be shown by the way you're just smiling, Honorable. Wishing you all the best, and all the best as you debate the budget.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Zambezi East Member of Parliament, and this is Honorable Brian Kambita there. Claudette, we've heard from various stakeholders, members of Parliament, how excited they are and how optimistic they are regarding the 2026 national budget.
Absolutely, it's been a marathon. I know you've been presenting, these programs the past, 2 weeks, starting with the presidential address, the post-analysis, and then, the budget presentation. And so we've learned a lot from various stakeholders that made appearances on the various programs that you did. Well done. And, thank you to, everybody that was involved in these productions. Just to mention that business of the House is going to be suspended starting next week on Monday for the next 20 days to allow members of Parliament and various stakeholders to scrutinize the 2026 national budget. And of course, as Parliament television will be here just to beam the committee sittings live. And be sure to join us, and don't miss out on anything that will be broadcasting to you.
Yeah, beginning Tuesday, these sector committees will definitely going to dissect whatever the Minister of Finance has pronounced in his 253 billion worth budget. And on behalf of my colleague Claudette Sindaza Jonga, my name is Paul Sentinel. Not forgetting the entire production crew and those of you that have been following us through. God bless, and thank you for your time.
My eParliament mobile application. First, download the app on either Play Store or App Store and install. After installation, open the app. Step 1. Register your personal information, that's your names, gender, NRC and date of birth. Step 2. Add your contact information, your email, phone number and home address. Step 3. Select your constituency. Step 4. Create your 4-digit PIN. At this point, the system will send an SMS to your mobile number with a one-time passcode. Step 5. Confirm with one-time passcode that was sent to your mobile. Step 6. Sign in using your phone number and the 4-digit PIN. And Step 7. Create your submission and submit. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.